Commissioner? Commissioner? Chair Gutierrez-Scacchetti? Is the sound feeding out?
I'm sorry, Megan, did you call me?
I was calling the commissioner.
Okay.
She's in there. She might just be, need a moment. Okay, Commissioner, whenever you're ready. Chair Gutierrez-Scacchetti, would you like to call the meeting to order? Chair Gutierrez-Scacchetti, can you hear us? Muted. She's there.
Good evening. I hereby call to order the Board of Directors meetings of the New Jersey Transit Corporation, New Jersey Transit Rail Operations, Inc., New Jersey Transit Bus Operations, Inc., New Jersey Transit Mercer, Inc., and New Jersey Transit Morris, Inc.
Good evening. Please mute your phones and turn your attention to the public safety announcement.
At New Jersey Transit, your safety is our highest priority. Please listen to these safety instructions in case of an emergency. In an emergency, announcements will be made over the loudspeaker or by a uniformed police officer. The primary exit for this location is the stairwell adjacent to the elevators, which can be located by exiting the boardroom and proceeding through the glass doors. There is a second alternate staircase that can be accessed through the door at the front of this room to the right behind the board dais. New Jersey Transit Police will administer CPR and use the defibrillator located near the elevator if necessary. Fire extinguishers are located in the front and back of this room. Please be guided by the directions of the New Jersey Transit Police and staff. As a reminder, members of the public are not permitted to approach the dais and should only share board meeting materials with New Jersey Transit staff at the reception desk. Thank you and have a safe day.
At this time, I would ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will now take roll call. Board Member Brown? Here. Board Member Carson? Here. Board Member Doshi?
Here.
Board Member Gordon?
Here.
Board Member Morocco?
Here.
Board Member Medina?
Here.
Board Member Nara? Here. Board Member Thomas?
Here.
Board Member Weiss? Here. Board Member Keniff?
Here.
Board Member Giblin?
Here.
Chair Gutierrez-Scacchetti.
Here.
For the record, Chair Gutierrez-Scacchetti and Board Members Doshi, Giblin, and Medina are participating remotely.
Megan,
Yes.
may I just take a moment to welcome aboard our newest board members, Board Member Medina, Board Member Weiss, and Board Member Carson. I know it was a long time and all of you getting to the point of joining us, but we are so thrilled to have all of you. You all bring a unique perspective to the New Jersey Transit Board, and we are certainly looking forward to your sharing your thoughts and ideas and insights as we move forward with the important business of public transportation in New Jersey. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there with you today. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to be on the call tonight. I'm away on some family business, but I'm glad at least I got to be here for the ability to welcome each of you and get to know your board members. I can see from the screen we have a few in the room tonight. We have Board Member Nara, Board Member Morocco, we have Board Member Gordon, and I can't see everybody else. I think we have our 2 union representatives with us. I can't, again, I'm struggling to see, but I think Board Member Brown is with us and Board Member Thomas is with us as well. And we're just happy to have you. So please take a moment to get to know them, introduce yourselves, and we look forward to working with you, as I said, on the important matters of New Jersey Transit. Go ahead, Megan, please continue.
Okay. This is a meeting of the New Jersey Transit Corporation and its affiliates and subsidiaries. Adequate notice has been provided in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act and NJ Transit's enabling legislation. Notice was filed on February 3rd, 2023 with the Secretary of State and sent to newspapers of general distribution, posted in the main entrance of NJ Transit's headquarters, published on the corporation's website, and sent to each individual agency and organization that requested such notice.
Thank you, Megan. At this time, we need to hold a brief executive session to discuss matters that will be voted on today. We will resume the public portion of the meetings no earlier than 6 p.m., which is the traditional time of our evening meetings. May I have a motion to enter into executive session to discuss personnel matters, contract negotiations, the status of pending and anticipated litigation, and matters falling within the attorney-client privilege, including but not limited to the New Jersey Transit Corporation headquarter lease agreement. May I have such a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second Giblin.
Thank you, Noreen. If Megan, just so you know, because I saw Board Member Gordon motion with his hand, I don't know if they're making motions, but we cannot hear them online. So perhaps
I will
you just
assist.
need to let us know online what is happening.
Yes, and we just
Is
have
there any
to
discussion
use our
on the
mics.
motion? Hearing no discussion, Megan, go ahead and take roll.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Keniff? Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez-Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried.
That motion is carried. We will be in executive session till 6 o'clock. We will not start the meeting before then. So operator, if you can move the board into executive session, please.
If we can have the remote board members disconnect and join the separate meeting notice?
Megan, are we ready to begin?
We are just waiting for a few board members. Okay, Chair, we are ready to resume. We can't hear you. One moment. I think you're, there you
we
go.
Board, I said I hereby reconvene the open session board meetings. Megan, please take roll.
Roll call, Board Member Brown.
Here.
Board Member Carson.
Here.
Board Member Doshi. She will be joining shortly. Board Member Gordon.
Here.
Board Member Morocco.
Here.
Board Member Medina.
Here.
Board Member Nara.
Here.
Board Member Thomas.
Here.
Board Member Weiss.
Here.
Board Member Caniff.
Here.
Board Member Giblin.
Here.
Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti.
Here. I did this earlier, but I understand we have a full house, so I'm going to do it a second time. I am thrilled to welcome our new board members, Kiabi D. Carson, the head of human resources for the North American region of Turner and Townsend. Kiabi has been and is a regular transit user, and we're so excited to have her here on the board to get her insights and advice and knowledge about how transit works and how we can make it better. Carlos A. Medina, the president of Robinson Aerial Surveys, Inc., and Eric Weiss, the president and CEO of the NORC Alliance. We, again, are so grateful to have all of you serving. And I do want to say, too, that I know Evan is a regular user of New Jersey Transit. And Carlos is very familiar with the work we do from his work outside of his vocation. So we are just very, very happy to have you joining us, and I would give each of you the opportunity to make a brief statement if you wish.
Madam Chair, I just say that I'm excited to join this board. I think I bring a diverse lens to this field. I've been working in engineering for over 25 years. I also work with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, so I'm aware of the struggles that many transit users have getting to their place of business and how important the transit system is and the entity is. So I look forward to adding value to the board and look forward to serving as best I can to my full potential. Thank you.
Board Member Medina, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I echo Board Member Medina's comments. Excited to be here, and thank you from the warm welcome for my new board colleagues and really for the board staff that's helped me to get additional insight and get up to speed in this role. But I look forward to sharing my insights as both a commuter, as a business executive, and really understanding, human resources, which I've done for a number of years now, to see how that can support the agenda of NJT. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Carson. Evan?
And echoing what everyone else has said, it's really an honor to be here and very excited to serve. I've ridden New Jersey Transit all my life. I've ridden all modes of New Jersey Transit, and in Newark now in particular, the light rail, the bus, and just commuter rail has all been a central part of allowing my job now to be possible, and so much of the other work that I've done throughout my life. And I know that's true for so many people, that they couldn't have their work, they couldn't have their opportunity without a well-functioning transit system. And so I'm hoping that with my background, particularly with a focus in finance, that we'll be able to keep extending that opportunity to the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am particularly grateful to the governor and to the legislature for the nominations and the quick action on getting you onto the board with us. And as you know, it was these three individuals that would have given us a full complement of board members for the first time since the passage of the Reform Act, except that we have a vacant seat. I'm sure, as you read, Cedric Fulton, our vice chair, has chosen to not continue his service to the Board of New Jersey Transit for his own reasons. Cedric has been a friend for a long time in the tolling industry and his work at the Port Authority. And I just want to say how grateful I am to have had his 3 years of service to our board, for his insight and his knowledge. I will miss him, but I certainly respect his decision, and I wish him only the best in what his next pursuits may be. Moving on, I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the December 14th, 2022 board meetings.
Morocco made the motion.
Is there a second?
Board Member Gordon made the second. Roll call vote.
Thank you. Is there any
Oh, I'm
discussion
sorry.
on the motion? Hearing none, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson.
Abstain.
Board Member Doshi.
Yes.
Board Member Gordon.
Yes.
Board Member Morocco. Board Member Medina.
Yes.
Board Member Nara. Board Member Weiss.
Abstain.
Board Member Kaniff.
Yes.
Board Member Giblin.
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Megan. At this time, I'd call on President and CEO Corbett to present his monthly report.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the board, and good evening to all the members of the public joining us online tonight. I would also like to join in offering a warm welcome to the three new board members. Kiabi, particularly with your background at HR and being at Turner Townsend, much appreciated. And certainly Carlos and Evan, continuing your legacies in public service. Great to have you on our board, so thanks very much. And along with Diane, I would also like to wish Cedric Fulton all the best as he moves on from NJ Transit Board. Appreciate his last 3 years of service, his industry expertise, and energy and passion for public service. Certainly has been an asset over the last 3 years and will be missed, and as well as his passion really for veteran affairs and helping us to bring vets into the workforce here. That will continue in his absence. We'll get right in. We have a long agenda and a lot of speakers, so I'll get right into our ridership update. Overall, weekly rail ridership is holding relatively steady between anywhere from 55 to 75% of pre-COVID levels, depending on the day of the week, with many peak hour trains at or near 100%. We are still seeing the pattern of heavier travel during the midweek from Tuesday to Thursday. That's where I was saying up by the 75%. Mondays and Fridays tend to be at the lower end there. And overall, weekend rail ridership remains at approximately 90% of pre-COVID levels. Many trains at 100%. I think overall, really, people on the weekend feel is just as it was pre-COVID. And while rail over the last month remains relatively stable, we're continuing to see increase in bus ridership from our last report in December, with our overall bus ridership system-wide up from approximately 75% of pre-COVID level to approximately 80% for January. Interestingly, interstate bus ridership into New York is up from approximately 73% of pre-COVID level to 76%, and interstate bus ridership is at approximately 80% of pre-COVID levels. Many peak period bus trips are still at or near capacity. And in some, actually, we see them actually going beyond pre-pandemic levels, which is certainly encouraging. Light rail ridership is holding steady at approximately 80% of pre-COVID levels as well. And I'm pleased to note that this New Year's Eve, despite the rain, NJ Transit moved more people into New York by train than we did in 2019 before the pandemic, which again is an encouraging trend. And I think it reaffirms what we've been saying. Customers aren't avoiding transit due to COVID. They clearly are very comfortable on riding on weekends and holidays or to get to sporting events and concerts at MetLife Stadium, et cetera. We just have to get them used to commuting to work Monday through Friday. So we will continue to be optimistic that in the long run, overall ridership will eventually return to and even surpass pre-pandemic levels. Moving to this night, the evening's agenda, I'd like to highlight 2 items up for board consideration. First, the board will be considering a contract to replace 2 chillers, 2 cooling towers, and associated infrastructure at Newark Penn Station. This work, expected to be completed by the summer of 2024, will significantly improve Newark Penn Station's air conditioning, making far more pleasant and comfortable experience for Newark Penn Station customers during the summer months. It also builds on the progress we've made at the station in line with its central importance to the state as a gateway to New Jersey. Thanks to Governor Murphy's significant funding commitment of $190 million, we're pleased to continue advancing the transformation of Newark Penn Station to restore it to its rightful place as one of the crown jewels of our system. In addition to the work we're doing at Newark Penn Station to improve customer experience, we have some other significant infrastructure-related developments to report this month. Last week, on January 31st, I had the pleasure of joining President Biden, the U.S. DOT Secretary Buttigieg, Governor Murphy, and our own Commissioner Gutierrez-Garcetti, and a host of other federal, state, and local officials in New York City. The President was promoting his Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the IIJA Act, and specifically a $292 million federal grant that will be used to begin construction of the Hudson Tunnel project, a critical project of national significance, and part of the overall Gateway program. Gateway Development Commission, the entity leading the Gateway program, has said it expects construction to begin before the end of this year, with an expectation that the tunnel will be completed by 2035. And as a longtime commuter in my previous life, going in and out of New York, that cannot come soon enough. So I know many people feel the same way. At the event, I'll admit that I shamelessly plugged our progress on the Portal North Bridge replacement project to both President Biden and Secretary Buttigieg when I had the chance to speak to them, noting how proud the New Jersey Transit team is to be advancing so swiftly on the first of the major Gateway projects. I think many people who see Portal North on their daily commutes tell me they are amazed with our progress, and as the work there has continued at a furious pace since we broke ground last August. As a reminder, you can see real-time snapshots of construction progress along with time-lapse video at njtransit.com/portal. We are also looking ahead at transforming another one of New Jersey's most critical transit hubs, this one in South Jersey. I'm pleased to note that our replacement of the Walter Rand Transportation Center in Camden continues to advance. The Murphy administration has committed $250 million to upgrade and enlarge this facility. And on January 30th, NJ Transit held 2 public information sessions, one virtually and one in person at the Cooper Medical School of Rowan University. Nearly 140 people attended the virtual meeting, and more than 60 people attended the in-person meeting, where project team leaders introduced the project, reviewed its goals and objectives, and invited the public to ask questions and share their thoughts. NJ Transit is committed to using this feedback to ensure that the project meets the need of our customers and the community, and that the final project reflects this station's status as one of our region's most vital multimodal transportation hubs. Beyond the substantial capital assistance we're receiving from the state, NJ Transit continues to aggressively pursue significant federal grant funding to improve our infrastructure system-wide. These efforts bore fruit in December when we received a $34 million grant through the Federal Transit Administration's All-Station Accessibility Program to implement significant accessibility improvements at 5 NJ Transit rail stations. This program was created by the IIJA, and the funding will be divided into 3 projects. Through one $18.2 million project, NJ Transit will upgrade 2 stations at our Pascack Valley line, Anderson Street, Hackensack, and Newbridge Landing, to make them both fully ADA accessible. Improvements will include installing high-level platforms, fully accessible ramps, tactile warning strips, accessible parking spaces, and upgraded communication systems. Through another $14.5 million project, NJ Transit will make similar improvements at our Bradley Beach station on the North Jersey coastline. And through a third $1.4 million project, NJ Transit will study and design new platforms at our Chatham and Orange stations on our Morristown line. NJ Transit is grateful to USDOT, the FTA, and the Biden administration for this crucial funding, which advance our goals to maximizing accessibility system-wide. Obviously, we also thank Senator Menendez and Booker and the entire New Jersey congressional delegation for their role they played to help secure this funding to support these vital projects. This marks the second significant grant award NJ Transit has secured through the IIJA, the first coming this past August when we received $44.6 million to transform the Union City Bus Garage into a state-of-the-art facility supporting battery electric buses. As these recent grant awards demonstrate, the FRA and FTA are currently dispersing billions of dollars in discretionary competitive grants, and New Jersey Transit is aggressively pursuing all of the grant opportunities for which we are eligible. Aligned with the Governor's Energy Master Plan and our commitment to achieve 100% zero-emission bus fleet by 2040, we are also specifically pursuing many sustainability-focused grant opportunities being issued through the IIJA. These include grant opportunities supporting zero-emission bus deployment and new investments in climate change preparation, amongst others. As many transit agencies are quick to point out, one of the best ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions overall is just to use public transit from the start. But over and above the inherent environmental benefits of transit use, NJ Transit is working in many additional ways to improve sustainability and support the environment region-wide. In January, for example, NJ Transit, as an eligible grant recipient, was able to secure a $7.3 million grant funded through the Green Ferries legislation sponsored by U.S. Representative Donald Payne that will allow New York Waterways to convert 4 diesel engine ferries to hybrid electric. This grant is in addition to a $12 million grant we secured for New York Waterway last summer, enabling the agency to retrofit 6 ferries that use 25% less fuel and cut NOx emissions by 80%. As I've shared in previous board meetings, NJ Transit is committed to leveraging technology to enhance the customer experience. We have some recent technology improvements I'd like to share with the board that do just that. First, I'm pleased to note that NJ Transit customers can now access the real-time status of every elevator in our system via the NJ Transit mobile app, bolstering our efforts to make our system more accessible and easier to navigate for people with disabilities. This new feature will also help seniors, parents with strollers, and customers with mobility impairments. Another improvement, which anyone who has traveled through Secaucus Junction recently may have noticed, is a new high-definition LED screen in the rotunda adjacent to the overhead Pascack Valley Line departure board. The new board represents an upgrade from the previous board in terms of visibility, image quality, and reliability, and is an important source of customer information in that station. In addition to the new screen, we recently installed the train destination information board in the Secaucus Rotunda, allowing customers to quickly identify the next train en route to their specific destination. The board is similar to one that we have at Penn Station, New York, near the ticket window on 7th Avenue, and is designed similar to airport destination boards that you see in at airports, giving the destination stations listed in alphabetical order, along with the track number and departure time. Finally, NJ Transit has added train schedule information via tickers at the bottom of the 17 digital screens in select train stations that were previously used solely for advertising. This allows us to maintain access to real-time schedule information for customers in our stations while continuing to leverage monitors for important advertising revenues. Technology is helping New Jersey Transit become a world-class transit agency and move confidently forward in the 21st century. Towards that end, I am pleased to note that in addition to ringing in the new year on January 1st, NJ Transit proudly celebrated the 40th anniversary of NJ Transit rail operations. 4 years after Governor Byrne signed New Jersey's Public Transportation Act, giving birth to New Jersey Transit in 1979, our agencies dispatched the first the first train operated by NJ Transit Rail Ops on January 1st, 1983, when we assumed the commuter rail service operations in New Jersey. In recognition of that anniversary, NJ Transit has 4 locomotives painted in heritage paint schemes in honor of the predecessor railroads and the employees that operated rail service in New Jersey. Congratulations go out to the entire NJ Transit Rail Ops team, past and present, for all their efforts to modernize our rail network for the millions of customers riding on our trains every year. And if you look back, that includes rebuilding, maintaining the critical infrastructure and right-of-ways, increasing service to Midtown Manhattan, and the introduction of one-seat rides at Penn Station, New York, on 3 rail lines, among many of the other accomplishments that have been achieved over the last 40 years. And as we celebrate that proud legacy of a rail network that serves the backbone of, as a backbone for our region's economy, we're also continuing to do what we can to incentivize transit use and attract the next generation of transit riders. Last month, we announced the expansion of our student pass fare option to include eligible part-time students. For the first time ever, beginning with February passes, part-time degree-seeking students taking at least 2 courses are eligible for the student pass fare in addition to full-time students. This deal provides a 25% discount off the already discounted monthly pass at participating regional college and universities when purchased on the NJ Transit mobile app. As an added incentive, students using the student pass can receive additional savings during the spring semester thanks to the return of the buy 3 months, get 1 month free student pass promotion. All these discounts are surely welcome news to the many students I see nearly every day in my travels on the M&E, where train crews and I often see the cars full of high school students departing at Mountain Station on their way to Seton Hall Prep or Summit on their way to Kent Place School, to name just a few examples. And it is great to see them all coming back to the system and seeing the next generation of future riders. For more details and a list of participating colleges and universities, please visit njtransit.com/studentpass. Excuse me. NJ Transit also has continued to plan for the future, and in that end, NJ Transit hosted an industry forum on January 11th in preparation of the upcoming procurement of the operation and maintenance of the Hudson Bergen Light Rail system. Since its inception in 2000, the HBLR has operated under the initial Design, Build, Operate, and Maintain contract, known as a DBOM. And some of you may know that the HBLR was the first successful DBOM project in the modern post-World War II era in the country. As that contract is set to expire, NJ Transit is evaluating all options of how best to continue delivering high-quality operations and maintenance of the system. The forum included a general session open to all interested parties, as well as subsequent one-on-one interviews with firms that responded to our requests for expression of interest. Please note that the forum attracted a lot of industry interest, with nearly 50 firms participating. As many large-scale capital projects such as Portal North Bridge and Walter Rand Advance, New Jersey Transit is looking for talented, motivated employees to fill critical positions across the organization to help us achieve our ambitious capital, operational, and customer experience goals. And towards that end, on February 15th, NJ Transit will host its first ever virtual job fair, which we've named the Big Career Event. Career opportunities are available in every area of our business, from capital programs and planning to rail and bus operations, IT and finance to HR and communications. So if you're looking to be part of a diverse, progressive company, that, as I stated earlier, has been named one of America's best in-state employers by Forbes 3 times since 2018. I couldn't think of a more exciting time to join us. So participants must register in advance to attend and can do so at njtransit.com/big. So far, more than 15 people have registered to attend. And with that, I would like to wrap up my comments with some words on behalf of the entire leadership team here at NJ Transit, and wishing a fond farewell to NJ Transit board member James Adam, and our sincere gratitude for his service on our board since 2000. Board member Adams is all right.
Next month.
We'll get him next month. He said he may be here at this meeting. We wanted to give him a shout out then, but we'll get him when he attends next month. With that, Chair, I conclude my remarks and turn the floor back to you.
Thank you, Kevin. At this time, I would ask Megan if there are any public comments.
There are 19 in-person speakers, 7 pre-registered telephone speakers, and about 22 queued telephone speakers for a total of about 48 speakers. Speakers, in order to give everyone an opportunity to be heard, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Priority access will be given to pre-registered in-person participants, followed by any additional in-person speakers. We will then take comments from pre-registered telephone participants, followed by any additional telephone participants who are queued to speak. Those participating by telephone, if you have not already done so, please press *1 on your telephone keypad to enter the queue to speak. You will hear a brief tone to indicate you have successfully entered the queue. The first speaker is David Peter Allen, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good evening. I'm David Peter Allen, and I appear before you at this time as Chair of ScatterTAC, the Senior Citizens and Disabled Residents Transportation Advisory Committee, and I thank you for putting me here on the agenda instead of the very end. I have been asked to keep my report brief tonight, and I will, but there have been some changes in our committee that I believe we should report to you. While many of you might remember me for other things I have done, I am now in my 20th year as a ScatterTAC member. I have come to know what seniors, including me, and persons with disabilities that impair our mobility, including me also, have to go through when it comes to getting around. Many of our other members depend on New Jersey Transit and its affiliated carriers for all of their mobility as well. We currently have 16 citizen appointees, of whom 10 depend on transit and one more did for several years. 12 of us are seniors, including 6 with disabilities. The other 4 also have disabilities. A member who died recently was transit dependent, and so is the candidate who is waiting for approval to fill a vacancy. Our members also represent a diversity of disabilities: blind, sight impaired to a lesser degree, hearing impaired, mobility challenged, and others. Some of us use Access Link as well. In short, we are a microcosm of our constituency. With so many members who depend on transit, we are in a unique position to advise our constituents and to advise you about what they need for better mobility. I am familiar with other advisory committees around the country through my advocacy efforts on the national scale. And our committee is extraordinary. Over the years, we have made it into a unique and special resource. Some of us have earned national reputations, and others have earned regional or statewide reputations in our fields, age or disability notwithstanding. That has never been the case with our committee until now. There is a proposal that would drastically reduce our committee's purview, which was already originally on the agenda for tonight, but it has been postponed. Justin Davis, New Jersey Transit Senior Vice President, Chief of Staff, and on this issue, Chief Negotiator, did that, and he and I, ably assisted by our respective teams, will keep our talks going. I thanked Mr. Davis privately for that gesture, and I thank him publicly for it tonight. I will not reveal the details of the ongoing negotiations, but the talks are continuing. We believe that our constituents deserve an advisory committee that can act as a strong voice for them at New Jersey Transit, and we will do what we can to help achieve that outcome. When I came on board at ScatterTAC in 2003, one of our members was Frank Herbert, known as the father of New Jersey Transit, who, as a senator, sponsored the 1979 act that established this agency. I was deeply honored to serve with him. He and the other founders were driven by a mission to improve mobility for all New Jerseyans and visitors to our state. In this tradition, we hope for a result that will bring our seniors and riders with disabilities the best transit they can get. Together, we can do it, and it will be a lasting legacy for a better future from all of us to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by Elizabeth Endoy.
My name is Murray Bowden. Most of you don't know who I am, so I better let you know who I am. Years ago, when they had the first tunnel, the ARC tunnel, I recommended, Rich Roberts briefed me on it, and I recommended it for the Rudin Transportation Award, which they got. I worked with Jim Weinstein, who had me go through the Kearney yard to see everything that goes on. At the present time, I'm in charge of asking the questions that nobody wants to answer. Kevin just gave a report. Kevin, sorry to bother you, but I'm talking and I'd like your attention. Because I recommend that this board find somebody else to replace Kevin, because he's not doing his job right. And you may have to replace Diane as well, because she's not doing her job right. At the MTA meetings last Monday, I said they had to replace the president of Metro North and the president of Bridges and Tunnel and the New York State Commissioner of Transportation. I represent my grandchildren's generation. If we don't fix it now, they're in deep trouble. You're going to buy buses, diesel buses for the next 30 years? What are you, crazy? The buses need to be electric or hydrogen. And you're out there, and you got buses with luggage racks underneath. What are you, nuts? One exit, everybody has to walk up the stairs. Nobody's bringing luggage in there. You need low-floor buses where you go in 3 or 2 doors and wheelchairs go on. This is what's going on. He just made a report. That report should have been online 2 days ago so that we could have looked at it and critiqued it. There's no way that you're going to know what he did. There's no reason for him to read that here. He wasted everybody's time. And they got something to speak? Come on. I couldn't do this without a lot of support from a lot of people. You're a bunch of new people on here. Pay attention. Trust nothing I say. Check it out yourself. That's on my emails and it's on my business card. And if you want to know how to get me, my email is concernedgrandfather@gmail.com. And if you need questions, ask the secretary. She'll find me. I couldn't do this without being taught by a lot of interesting people around here. I'm not that smart, but I listen. They wanted to build a garbage plant in Newark many, many years ago, and they had the new school do a survey on it. I was on the team. I didn't think they ought to build a garbage plant for New York City in the ironbound section. So I made up the data that defeated it right out of my head. So if you're going to tell me the data says anything, you're looking at somebody who made up the data that prevented a garbage plant from being in the ironbound section, which is right near your soccer and everything else that's going around here. Yeah, I did it. There's a camera up there. It's recording what I say, and everything I say is on the record. Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes. Oh, I got to watch. I ran out of time. I'm going home. It's your responsibility to ask questions. I can't do it anymore.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elizabeth Endoy, followed by Guillermo Ortiz.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Liz Endoy. I'm a member of Food and Water Watch New Jersey and Don't Gas the Meadowlands. I'm here tonight to speak out against your proposed frack gas power plant in Kearney. This plant and your revised RFP are wrong for a whole slew of reasons. But rather than list them, as I usually do, I'm taking a very different tack tonight. I would rather share with you the words of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. I call him the Earth's diplomat, because his words say it all. He said on February 6th, just 2 days ago, and I quote, "We must end the merciless, relentless, senseless war on nature. It is putting our world at immediate risk of hurling past the 1.5 degree temperature increase limit, and now puts us moving towards a deadly 2.8 degrees. He continues by saying, we need disruption to end this destruction. No more baby steps. No more excuses. No more greenwashing. No more bottomless greed of the fossil fuel industry and its enablers. And finally, he states, I have a special message for fossil fuel producers and their enablers scrambling to expand production and raking in monster profits. If you cannot set a credible course for net zero with 2025 and 2030 targets covering all your operations, you should not be in business. Your core product is our core problem. We need a renewable revolution, not a destructive fossil fuel resurgence. I call on you, members of this board, rethink this Carney project. Do not be fossil fuel enablers. We have repeatedly offered you green, clean energy solutions to your resiliency needs. We call on Governor Murphy to put the brakes on this ill-designed, wrongly conceived project. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Guillermo Artiles, followed by Jeff Werner.
Madam Chair, President Corbett, members of this board, great to see so many friendly faces here this evening. My name is Guillermo Artiles. I'm a partner at the firm of McCarter & English. I'm here on behalf of our client, Panasonic North America, to discuss your future exciting new home, which of course we hope you will choose as 2 Riverfront Plaza, which is Panasonic's current headquarters. With me this evening is Catherine Tung from the McCarter firm, Frank Gentomasi from the Chiesa, Shahinian, and Gentomasi firm, and Jeff Werner, the Vice President and Head of Government Affairs for Panasonic North America. We're here to underscore our sincere interest in having this great board and your 11,000 employees, hopefully not all at the same time, come over to our great building at 2 Riverfront Plaza. As I'm sure you've all seen by now, our CEO and chairwoman, Megan Lee, sent a letter to the board dated February 6th outlining Panasonic's enhanced offer. That letter should have been received before, and we hope each board member here had ample time to review the contents of that letter, consider it, and ultimately make a decision. And we are here this evening to answer any questions that this august board may have of Panasonic.
Council, just so that you know, this is not a question and answer session, so at the conclusion of all the speakers, the board may have comments or anything to offer that anything was brought up. So.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Wilton.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeff Werner, followed by Francis Giatomasi.
Yeah, I defer to Guillermo. Frank.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gloria Mills, followed by Robert Turkovaj.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Mills. I am the chairperson for the Legislative Subcommittee for ScatterTag. As of last night, I had planned on just coming here to recommend that a committee be created for seniors and individuals with disabilities to listen and hear their concerns and regarding their mobility issues. This committee, I would suggest that it have protection so that it will not be dismantled under another administration. It would be open to the public, and there would be communication between this committee and the New Jersey Transit management staff. It would be made up of various racial and ethnic backgrounds and people from diverse disabilities. I would like to share an experience today with Access Link. I had 6 rides for Access Link. 4 of them did not show. I got no phone calls. My first ride was at 9:30, at 9:36. At 9:30, I got a telephone call stating that they were on their way and be ready. I was ready. No Access Link at 9:36, 46, 56, 10:15. At that point, I had to get other transportation. I got no phone calls for the other 3 rides that were due. I think that this is one of the reasons why seniors need a committee that they can go to and voice their concerns. No phone calls. Imagine people who have to go to dialysis, people waiting to go for chemotherapy. This is the reason why we need a committee that will listen and advise individuals of where they need to go for assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Turkovaj, followed by Yannette Ramirez.
Good evening. I am Robert Turkavage, a resident of Brigantine and a retired supervisory special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I wish to provide information related to the matter involving the late Tiffany Valenti, who was struck by a New Jersey Transit train on July 12, 2015. As background, 2 years ago, I was asked by the Valenti family attorney to conduct an independent review of information regarding the Valenti matter. In a voluntary capacity, I conducted an extensive review of the materials provided and then prepared a 60-page report detailing my findings. I am aware that a copy of that report was provided to the Office of the New Jersey Attorney General's Office. My report notes that an on-site investigator from the medical examiner's office prepared a report regarding the incident, which was based on interviews of two alleged witnesses to the incident, the train engineer and an NJT student engineer, as well as a relative of the Valenti family. Since significant reliance was placed on this report by the state medical examiner in issuing a matter of death determination, suicide, I will specifically comment on these interviews and on a review of the photographs taken at the incident site. After incident reports prepared by the train conductor, a New Jersey Transit police officer, and the field representative for the medical examiner, either state or suggest that the engineer was a witness to the incident and attribute certain information to him. During an interview by a New Jersey Transit investigator, however, the train engineer stated his back was turned and he did not witness the incident. The medical examiner representative and the medical examiner, therefore, may have based their conclusions in part on information attributed to the engineer, which turned out to be false. The student engineer possibly gave varying accounts of the incident to investigators. An after-incident medical examiner data sheet quotes an engineer. A female darted out from the trees and ran right in front of the train. It's unclear if the engineer being quoted here was the train engineer or the student engineer. When interviewed by a New Jersey Transit investigator, the student engineer described two observations, the first at a half mile to a quarter mile, the second at a quarter mile or closer. In recounting both observations, the student engineer does not mention Valenti darting from the trees and running in front of the train. The student engineer does say that when he first observed the individual was 15 to 20 feet from the track. In another observation, the individual was in a crouched position facing away from the train, and that as he approached, she turned perpendicular to the track and dove in front of the train. The student engineer's recollections are significant because the darting from the trees and running statement in the medical examiner's data sheet was relied on in part by the medical examiner in issuing a conclusive manner of death certification. Information from the train's black box cast doubt on the student engineer's observations. The train's black box continuously records.
Excuse me, sir, just to let you know that 3 minutes was reached, so if you could please wrap it up, I appreciate it.
I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to just finish this, And my report will be available for anybody that would like to see it.
Thank you.
Etc. In the estimated time of impact and train speed, I calculated the approximate times that the train was 1/2 mile and 1/4 mile from impact. At the 1/2 mile interval, acceleration.
Again, sir, I hate to interrupt. You're well past the 3-minute mark. We can take the report and take it under consideration.
Ask for a vote.
No, sir, this is a public comment session only. We have 2.5 hours of public speakers. Again, just ask everyone respectfully so everyone can be heard. Please keep it to 3 minutes, and if you wouldn't mind holding your clapping till the end of each speaker. We do need to get through at least 2.5 hours of public comment before we get to actual action items. So please, you can hand over the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yannette Ramirez, followed by Stephen Greenberg.
Hi, everyone, in this room and online. I'm a Newark resident, and as someone who lives near Kearney, I'm here to demand the New Jersey Transit look at the critical issues with the RFP, build a microgrid project. It must change its plans to renewable energy. According to Governor Murphy's master energy plan, he said we must be 100% renewable by 2050. The latest RFP in December still has a gas plant as a project, something that would be disastrously affect the health of Kearney and nearby overburdened communities. If you truly want public transit resiliency, switch to using renewable energy. We know in the plan just proposed there is a profit incentive to sell remaining energy to Amtrak and at PSE&G. How can you use public funds to build a project that you will have to scrap in a few decades by 2050? And some of us in this boardroom, I'm sorry, will not be alive by 2050, but I will be, and a lot of the people here. So you must think like this. As stated before by the President, Kevin Corbett, over there, one of the ways to lower greenhouse gases is to use public transportation. With that in mind, how can the energy that takes to power public transit not use renewable energy? That's a major contradiction that only has short-term gain but long-term harm. We call on New Jersey Transit to amend the RFP to call for maximum use of renewable energy now. Not by 2050, when some of you will be dead, but when most of us over here will be alive. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Greenberg, followed by John Reichman.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk, y'all. To the members of the board that I think, if my understanding is correct, tried to stop him from getting up there and reading that FL, thank you guys very much. To all of you that voted for him to do that, which is why, please reconsider your ways. I think you probably understand what you're doing that voted to put that forward. Just go home and destroy all your belongings. It's like the type of punishment you deserve if that's the case, especially you, Kevin. Yeah, no, don't do the New Jersey gas-fired plant. It's crazy. Y'all have heard all the points against it. You guys have to understand why it's bad. Obviously, there's some short-term gains to it. It's just so bad in so many different ways. Y'all can look into it. It's going to hurt so many people. It's just, you just can't do it. It's just totally wrong. I know Kevin's going to be dead with like worms crawling through him and like rotting away by the time like it matters, but like, please don't do it, man. Like, it's not good. End of comment. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Reichman, followed by George Coffer.
Good evening. My name is John Richmond. I'm a board member of Empower New Jersey. My question for all of you, but particularly the new board members, is why have you become members? I assume it's not for the money or the glory. All of you, I think, have had successful careers. And I hope the answer to why you've become board members is that you want to serve the best interest of transit riders, even if that means taking positions contrary to the governor or your chairperson. Unfortunately, this board has not, to date, lived up to this important fiduciary duty. It has rubber-stamped decisions that are contrary to the best interest of transit riders, and perhaps worse, remain silent while the state plans to waste billions of dollars on expanding highways while underfunding consistently year after year public transportation. We need to have your voices raised. Now, most notably, the state is planning to spend $10.7 billion on a highway expansion project, the Turnpike expansion from Newark to Jersey City, without spending a penny going towards public transportation. This is a project that makes absolutely no sense. It is adamantly opposed by the community. It will increase greenhouse gases. It will disproportionately harm environmental justice communities and won't even accomplish its purpose of reducing traffic, because what will reduce traffic is investment in public transportation. But meanwhile, all desperately needed public transportation projects, including ones in your own budget, are not being funded. Now, the budget season is quickly coming upon us. It is imperative that you publicly advocate for public transportation. And publicly advocate for not sending money on expanding highways, but on expanding public transportation instead. Now, I recognize that this will require some political courage on your part. The last board member, James Adam, who raised some of these issues, who said you shouldn't be taking money away from capital to pay for operating expenses, was unceremoniously dumped by the governor and the chairperson. But you do not have to follow that path, but you have to act collectively. You can do this. If you stand up collectively for public transportation, the governor and the chairperson will not be able to go after you. You can do this. I'll be brief. What we need you to do is to stand up for public transportation. Stand up for the climate, including not approving this disastrous plan in Kearney. We need you to stand up for us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is George Kaufer, followed by Brian Russo.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is George Kaufer, and I'm a resident of the Roseville neighborhood of Newark. Myself and some of the people that are going to be speaking later tonight would like to request that you reopen or rebuild the Ampere Station, which was formerly located right by Springdale Avenue on the Montclair-Boonton line, which at that time was the Montclair branch. That station is near the border of East Orange, Newark, and Bloomfield, and would serve residents from all three of those surrounding areas. There's been, since the station is closed in 1991, there's still been new development in the area of the Bakery Village, which has added additional people to the area that need transit. And also, just in the past few years, myself and other people have moved from New York City to that section of Newark, East Orange, and Bloomfield, and we still need connections to, to New York City for work and so on. The number 34 bus is really the main option, transit option in that area, but that only gets you to Newark Penn Station, and it gets you to downtown Montclair, but it doesn't get you to Upper Montclair by MSU. It doesn't get you to Newark Broad Street. It doesn't get to New York City. It doesn't get to Hoboken. The train would allow you to get to Hoboken in about 20 minutes. That would be a game changer for many, and it would increase employment opportunities for the residents of the neighborhood and make it more attractive to live in that neighborhood. So definitely, there's the I think we have about $7.2 billion for the Passenger Rail Act, and I think about $2.5 billion is left. All we need to do is ask for it, and the federal government could give us the money, and we could rebuild that station, because it's very important for economic development, for the existing residents, for future residents, and so on. In the meantime, a very, very short-term solution which would impact people in both East Orange and Newark is the stopping patterns on the Morrison-Essex line and the Montclair-Boonton line. Nothing should be skipping Newark Broad Street. That's a major transfer point between the two lines going to Hoboken and Manhattan, and also, to the light rail to downtown Newark, to all the buses, to all various parts of Newark. Nothing at all should be skipping basically the largest city, the most populous city in New Jersey. That would just help that whole region of, northern Newark, East Orange, anything feeding in from that area. But definitely that Ampere station, if you guys can take a good look at it, a nice solid look, and ask for funding for that station. Thank you very much, and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brian Russo, followed by Sid Madison.
Hi, thanks for having me. I didn't really prepare anything. I just wanted to speak frankly with you all. So my name is Brian Russo. I'm from North Haledon. So I have been taking New Jersey Transit my entire life. I worked for about 10 years as an auto damage adjuster for a large insurance company, and I spent a couple years here in Newark. And there's a couple things I love about the city. I come to the city to see a show, to see a game. I love the park. Other than that, I hated it here because it stinks. The air quality is terrible. I'm sad to hear about all the people that I know that are dying prematurely from cancer or other climate change pollution-related diseases. Now, I oppose the turnpike widening. I oppose diesel vans, diesel buses, and I oppose the fossil fuel plant. Now, I disagree with some of the things that I heard some people say, so I want to tell you something that not everybody here realizes. I became a climate activist when I realized that if I were to continue working, save my money, in an attempt to retire, I was going to be dead long before then. Now, this planet is headed towards the human race being extinct. Every time climate scientists take measurements and recalculate what's going on, it is always worse than they previously thought. The things that the climate scientists were expecting to see in 2100 are happening right now. The fossil fuel industry has been aware of climate change since well before 1960. It is documented. They have spent money investing in politicians and investing in spreading misinformation. Much of that misinformation has reached your ears, but it is false. Look at www.climatefiles.com and you can see how the fossil fuel industry was able to accurately predict the weather patterns that we would see today. We're talking about buying diesel buses. Did you know that biofuel can power a diesel vehicle with no modifications? I can't help but think it might be a little bit easier to make biofuel rather than replace a fleet of vehicles. There is no reason for this new fossil fuel project. I went to my town meeting and I convinced a town of Republicans that we should oppose this fossil fuel project because they are reasonable people. We don't need the energy. We do not need the emissions. You call yourself progressive? I don't think so. You're not very progressive. You're right that we do need public transportation, but not if it's powered by fossil fuels. I will ride my bike. I'm not going to ride your fossil fuel powered buses, your trains. I don't think we have an option for a high-speed rail. We don't have carbon neutral transportation. That's what we should be talking about. We absolutely should not be talking about fossil fuel projects. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sid Madison, followed by Stephanie Martinez.
Sid Madison, Piscataway, New Jersey. 1992, 1,700 scientists. World scientist warning to humanity. 25 years later, 2017, over 15,000 scientists signed World Scientist Warning to Humanity. Second notice, 2022, at 30 years, the warning ended with, "We are now at code red on planet Earth." The common thread of all of these is the use of fossil fuels. Guess what? During those years, fossil fuel use increased 50%. Now more and worse floods, droughts, fires, extreme storms, etc. Just two specific examples, one recent. In 2022, Pakistan was 10% flooded, over 1,700 dead, and $14 billion in damages. the projection for the future at 2 degrees of warming, and currently projections are at 2.5 or 2.6 degrees warming, 99% of coral will be gone, which would deprive 1 billion people of their source of protein. How is New Jersey doing? The BPU says no more fossil fuel infrastructure is needed. Our goal set by Governor Murphy is 50% reduction in emissions by 2030. At the same time, he has been allowing more fossil fuel infrastructure. Currently, projected projects are estimated to cause 38% more emissions, 180 degrees in the wrong direction. It's insane. By the way, these projects will make our air quality, which is already poor, worse, will increase the costs to ratepayers. Remember, the BPU says no more fossil fuel infrastructure is needed. The system is us, you, the board, and Governor Murphy. I have just illustrated how the system is not working. Throw off the yoke of not my job. Represent the people of New Jersey. Tell Governor Murphy to immediately enact a moratorium on fossil fuel infrastructure in New Jersey. It is a win-win-win. Better air quality, less cost, and could make the 50% goal of reducing emissions possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephanie Martinez, followed by Carol Gay.
Hello, New Jersey Transit, thank you for holding this public portion of the meeting. But I have a question. Can we please make this meeting accessible to ensure all community members are informed and consulted? In other words, so please make the language justice a requirement. Also, you are not taking our state's commitments to climate and clean energy seriously. This dirty gas plant that was rejected back in 2019, the one that is supposed to provide backup power, is going against the Federal Emergency Management Agency that states that methane gas should not be used for emergency purposes, such as a grid outage. NJ Transit is not taking the governor's energy master plan seriously. It's 2023. There are alternatives to a project design that can be primarily driven by a clean, renewable energy source. I'm coming from North Bergen, the same town that stated in 2020 their opposition to this construction of the NJ Transit Grid Gas Power Plant project. The same town that will make sure they will reaffirm their commitment, and the one of the many towns within the 3-mile radius of this proposed frack gas power plant that will be affected. These densely populated towns are already overburdened with so much pollution, have been disproportionately impacted by pollutants emitted by power plants, and have historically and systematically been underrepresented while facing violence, discrimination, and now environmental injustice. There's no benefit to bring another toxic gas power plant in Kearney, and not in Newark, not in any of our black and brown communities. So please go back and change your plans so we can have a sustainable future. So where I could live, for my kids, I don't even know why I'm saying kids, because why would I bring kids to this world that is bringing these type of power plants where they're not even going to be able to breathe? Please change your plans.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Gay, followed by Tracy Luz.
Good evening. My name is Carol Gay, and I'm here to urge you to immediately reconsider your design plans for the New Jersey Transit Power Plant, because the climate crisis is real and must be addressed with urgency. I'm a retired CWA, Communication Workers of America, national representative, and I'm now president of the New Jersey State Industrial Union Council, a statewide labor federation representing tens of thousands of public and private sector workers and their families here in New Jersey. Workers who recognize the serious and immediate threat posed by the climate crisis. That is why we're advocating for immediate and bold action, which includes no new fossil fuel projects. We do not see climate protection as an optional issue for labor, because keeping fossil fuels in the ground is necessary to protect workers and their families. We want no more harmful pollution pumped into our neighborhoods, causing more health problems for our families. Newark and surrounding areas have been dumped on long enough. And we don't want our hard-earned tax dollars spent on harmful fossil fuel projects. With rising sea levels, raging temperatures, more intense and more frequent climate catastrophes are inevitable unless action is taken immediately to reverse this trajectory and avoid irreversible tipping points. The window of effective opportunity is closing fast. We have only a few short years to reverse this dangerous path to disaster. In addition, renewable energy and new technologies are making fossil fuels obsolete. And there are cleaner and better alternatives. You know that. None of this is news to you anymore. You have been given the facts over and over again. You have the power to ensure that our precious Mother Earth remains safe and habitable for humans and other living things. Fossil fuels are burning up planet Earth with serious, serious health and safety consequences for workers, our families, and life as we know it. Families, I'm sure you have families, you have children. I have 7 grandnieces, and I want them to have a future, as I am sure you want the same for your families, your children, your grandchildren. Make a commitment now to renewable, sustainable energy choices before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tracy Luz, followed by Samantha DeFalco.
Good evening. I was thinking about what I was going to say about the power plant, the proposed gas-fueled power plant, and I'm confused that we even have to have this discussion when we haven't even had winter, when it's been 50 degrees every day between November, December, January, February. We know that the planet is getting warmer. We know that we're in a climate crisis. Why are we playing this game where we have to come to this meeting and pretend like you're doing something for us? This is your planet too. We live all here together. We're in a climate crisis. We need to enact sustainable energy now. I don't know, I'm going to be 50 this summer. I remember in the winter, do you guys remember birds flying south for the winter? I haven't seen that in years. We're in a crisis with pollinators. We're in a crisis with butterflies, which, besides being beautiful and wonderful, and we all want to see them, are crucial to our food systems. People, when I have these discussions with people, they're like, that's going to happen in 50 years. No, things that we take for granted are in peril now. And so you guys have a huge responsibility and a huge opportunity to really, if you stand up, when people like you stand up and make a stand, you embolden all these other people, local city councils, city governments, you embolden those people to take a stand. New Jersey could be the shining star of the United States. We don't have to be another California. We don't have to be another water catastrophe like Mississippi. We don't have to, these aren't even things, as terrible as Pakistan is, as terrible as what's going on in the rest of the world, we're facing climate change every day. Miami's going to be gone in our lifetimes. You know what I'm saying? So please, I'm asking you to not consider it for me, not consider it for people's future children that they may or may not have, but consider us together in one planet, your own children, your own families, your own being right now, and really stand up and consider how we can make this work without any new fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Samantha DeFalco, followed by Paula Rogovin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sam DeFalco, and I'm speaking on behalf of the organization Food and Water Watch. Thanks for hearing my comment this evening. I, like many of the speakers who spoke before, am speaking in opposition to the current direction of the transit grid proposal. We know that the Transit Board was originally scheduled to vote on a final design for the project at tonight's meeting. We learned recently that a new RFP for the project was issued in late December to developers, and we were hopeful that this was going to incorporate some of the feedback that was given at nearly every board meeting of 2020 when members of the public spoke out, calling for the RFP to be amended so that it took the gas plant off the table. We know that members of the board and other staff at New Jersey Transit has said that there isn't, the plan doesn't necessarily require a gas plant, but when you require a central power generating facility on a single site, what you're essentially calling for is a gas plant. It's really disappointing that none of this feedback from the public was incorporated because I know a previous speaker mentioned this, but FEMA itself has said that gas and methane gas is not a reliable source of backup power generation, which is what this project would be if it was truly for, to provide resilient power and not as a means of making profit. There are cleaner, more economic and more resilient options out there, such as renewable hybrid microgrids, which are being built around the country and around the world. And it's especially disappointing, that this is a public agency, that you're not listening to the public who's coming forward with this. And as an administration under the governor, we'd really love to see you live up to our state's clean energy commitments and environmental justice promises because, building what would be, a brand new gas plant that would be online for, I think the RFP says 50 years, is perpetuating, the legacy of environmental racism in New Jersey when so much pollution has been concentrated in such a small geographical region home to predominantly low-income communities of color. And yeah, as many other people have said, I'm running out of time. This is, I think we are dealing with $500 million of taxpayer money, which, we have an opportunity to invest in a solution that is going to, put New Jersey Transit and New Jersey at the forefront of clean rail across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paula Rogovin, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hi, I'm Paula Rogovin, Don't Gas the Meadowlands Coalition and the Coalition to Ban Unsafe Oil Trains. On News 12 asked Governor Murphy last week. I told Governor Murphy that New Jersey Transit had broken its promise for 100% renewable energy microgrid. He responded, quote, I strongly demanded that they pull their then current proposal and make it as green as possible. To the best of my knowledge, the governor said, that is still ongoing. End of quote. He promised me that somebody from Transit would contact me within 24 hours, and they did. But there was nothing in that conversation or in the RFP that we Oprah'd that answers our question. When would there be a maximization of renewables? In 2024, 2030, 2040, or 2050? What's the timetable? The answer to that question is critically important because we're in, as other people have said, we're in a climate crisis that requires a rapid transition to renewables. I believe that New Jersey Transit has not only deceived us with this new RFP, but it's possible that they deceived Governor Murphy, trying to make all of us think that this revised RFP has a plan for a clean, renewable microgrid. Perhaps when you commissioners read the RFP, and it's long, but read it, you will realize you were also deceived, not necessarily by lies, but by lack of transparency about the real, or what I call the non-timetable for maximizing renewables. The non-timetable. There isn't a timetable that we could find. I read the RFP. On page 13, New Jersey Transit has acquired title to approximately 20 acres of land located in Kearny, New Jersey. That's Copper Coke. That's where the original plan was to build the gas plant. There's nothing new in this RFP, even though they call it a newly revised RFP. On page 14, the objectives of the project encourage maximum and efficient use of renewables to reduce the carbon footprint to net zero by 2050 or sooner. And we demand that the RFP says to New Jersey Transit, make every effort to maximize renewables and reduce the carbon footprint, to zero, not by 2050, but from the start. By the way, the data shows that renewables are less costly than natural gas. This is a life and death matter. 2030, 2040, 2050 are too late. Just look around us. Fires, droughts, excessive heat, floods, death and displacement of millions of people. It's also about environmental justice. Commissioners, take a public stand. Speak out. Each one of you speak out. Ask questions. Talk with us. Don't feel obligated to follow the commissioner naysayers about a renewable energy alternative. Other transit systems in the U.S. and around the world use renewable energy microgrids. Do your research. Be leaders, not followers. It might cost you your seat on this board of commissioners, but you will preserve your dignity.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by the telephone participants.
Good evening, Kevin. Jason Anthony here. It's been a long time now I don't come to New Jersey Transit Corporation. I've been noticing that some board members don't pay attention. And that's something that at the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, they pay attention every time that I speak. One thing that I want to mention, I totally agree with the other speakers regarding the power plant at Kearny. This shouldn't be a reality. One thing that I want to mention, why Governor Murphy and the state of New Jersey is being shellfish regarding congestion pricing. The state of New York is in desperate need regarding congestion pricing. The East River Tunnel is desperate in repair. Your equipment is being stored. Hello? Pay attention, please. Your equipment is being stored in the Sunnyside Yard. If this tunnel is not repaired, where your equipment is going to be stored? Another thing, in New York Penn Station, the elevators doesn't indicate if an elevator is broken down. Alternative is not given to people with disabilities or elderly. And the homeless situation is so rampant that every time that I go to that station, I call it the depressive station. Right across the street at Newark Penn Station is the same thing. Kevin, what are you going to do about this situation? I'm so sick and tired of it. At Trenton Transit Center is the same thing. What are you going to do about this? The homeless population is powering these stations. Every time that I go to New York Penn Station, right across the street at Newark and at Trenton is the same thing. You guys, as board members elected by the governor and your county executives, you guys should go to these stations and even more. And Kevin, you should consider getting along with Janet Lieber, that's your counterpart at the east side of the Hudson, and getting an agreement regarding congestion pricing to get an agreement fixing the East River Tunnel because your equipment is getting stored there. So I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you. That concludes the in-person speakers. Operator, we would now like to open the floor for public comments by telephone participants, beginning with those who pre-registered to speak.
Certainly. And as a reminder, if you've not already done so, you may press *1 on your telephone keypad to enter the queue to speak. You'll hear a brief tone to indicate you successfully entered the queue. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes for their public comment. A warning will be provided with 1 minute remaining, and again with 15 seconds remaining. There are currently 30 speakers in queue, and your next public comment is coming from Matt Smith. Matt, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Good evening, members of the New Jersey Transit Board. My name is Matt Smith. I'm the New Jersey Director for Food and Water Watch, commenting on behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters across the state. And, you know, we were very hopeful originally when Governor Murphy intervened and directed New Jersey Transit to redesign the transit grid project to maximize clean, renewable energy. But as has been stated, frequently tonight by members of the public and at board meetings for the past year, the RFP that was issued that was supposed to achieve that essential goal was and remains critically flawed. Specifically, it does not include a goal to maximize the inclusion of clean renewable energy in the solution today. It simply says that the solution must be able to transition to clean renewable energy by 2050. That leaves the door open for a major gas plant, as was originally proposed, to run and burn fossil fuels in an environmental justice community amidst a climate crisis for decades. This is shameful, and the new RFP that was issued does nothing to change that. It only delays the project even further. You know, this should be a keystone clean energy project for the Murphy administration, using federal dollars to advance our state's clean energy goals, and instead transit continues to fumble the ball, and Governor Murphy refuses to hold transit accountable to that goal, to that essential goal. It's also shameful that there was no agenda item on this meeting tonight, despite the RFP when it was originally issued saying that a final design was supposed to be voted on tonight. And the only reason we found out about the delay is because members of the public called in to ask Governor Murphy and 1
minute remaining.
Asked the governor and submitted Oprah requests. Otherwise, the public would be completely in the dark that this $500 million publicly funded project is being delayed by over a year and is still not on track to deliver a clean energy solution to benefit New Jersey Transit riders and the public at large. Governor Murphy and New Jersey Transit, with the continued purchasing of diesel buses and the continued pursuit of a gas plant, are throwing fuel on the fire of our climate crisis, and Governor Murphy continues to throw his climate commitments under the bus in favor of political expediency. This is unacceptable. New Jersey Transit must reverse course immediately and start really engaging with the public to design a solution and And the governor's office must get involved to provide the policy relief or any technical support that is needed to deliver a state-of-the-art renewable energy solution for this resiliency project. Anything short will be an embarrassment for the state of New Jersey and will harm our residents for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Rachel Davis. Rachel, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Rachel, your line is
Can you
live.
hear
You
me?
may begin.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rachel Davis. I'm the Public Policy and Justice Organizer for Water Spirit, a 25-year young nonprofit ministry of the Sisters of St. Joseph of Peace. Water is life, and renewable energy uses significantly less water than toxic alternatives. We're speaking, as we have for almost 2 years, to New Jersey Transit and the governor, on behalf of our thousands of members and in solidarity with frontline areas of most concern across the state and region slated to incur the unnecessary, deadly effects of preventable pollution. We also hoped input over this time would have been reflected in an updated renewable energy charged request for proposals. Public transit is a vital part of a livable future. Governor Murphy and New Jersey Transit, new members, can and should live up to our state's climate and clean energy commitments and stop this disastrous dirty gas-powered proposal. This proposal specifically limits bidders from submitting design proposals that are not compatible with renewable energy solutions. Yikes. The governor has deflected, delayed, and we are experiencing, as has been alluded in past comments, the sixth mass extinction. This is real. Unconventional fossil fuel extractions and related infrastructure have contaminated fresh water and air for almost 20 years with relative impunity. We cannot withstand the ongoing depletion of this life force. I invite you all now to picture the children in your lives. We need to take the issue of climate emergency seriously, with no time or investments to waste. I quoted UN Secretary Gutierrez speaking at the New Jersey State Investment Council last month regarding divestment from dirty fossil fuel at the state pension level. Firefighters deserve more, as do every retiree. If you are a paid subscriber to NewJersey.com, you would have been able to read a recent article from Newark resident and global leader Maria Lopez Nunez titled New Jersey's Landmark Environmental Justice Law Must Do What Was Promised. New Jersey residents can't breathe, and Governor Murphy is not keeping his promise, or whatever he says it was, to Kearney either. New Jersey Transit was committed to 100% renewable energy for this microgrid solution. Commit again. What of honesty and a livable future? Mothers need air to breathe to support life. Kids need air to breathe, and everybody needs air to play soccer. All agencies in the state have a duty to current and future generations of young people and all creation. 100% renewable energy now. Governor and New Jersey Transit leadership do the right thing, not for real leadership, not photo ops with intergenerationally poisoned humans seeking true justice and actual peace. Governor Murphy declare a climate emergency in New Jersey and ensure agencies like this one, New Jersey Transit, are enthused to put their Energy and Sustainability Policy Committee to meaningfully engage with residents. The best plans for the New Jersey Transit microgrid will have common sense at heart
15 seconds.
and will demonstrate that it can be done using methods that result in 100% clean renewable energy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Sarah Thompson. Sarah, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Thompson. I'm a doctorate student at Rutgers University in Newark, and I'm currently living in New Brunswick. And I am fully reliant on NJ Transit for my transportation needs as I do not have a personal car. Per federal regulations, I am somebody with a disability as I am hard of hearing and wear hearing aids in each ear. Unfortunately, when I use NJ Transit, I am oftentimes, although mostly all the time, frustrated as NJ Transit is not compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act, especially as there are no accessibility accommodations for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. And because NJ Transit is not compliant with ADA, I have been confused by which train I am boarding. I am often not sure of where I am on the train to get off at the accurate stop that I need, and I've missed my stop on more than one occasion. Just last week, I got on the wrong train that cost me a $30 Uber ride. NJ Transit does not provide train stations with appropriate lighting or proper signage so that passengers can discern at which station the train has stopped. especially when it is dark outside. One of the reasons why I'm currently providing this testimonial remotely is because I'm not able to ride NJ Transit at night because it's incredibly difficult to see which stop I'm at. I've also joined the New Jersey Transit Citizens Advisory Committee to advocate for greater adoption of accessibility services so that NJ Transit becomes compliant with the ADA. And I participate in conversations to ensure that NJ Transit is more accessible for individuals with all types of disabilities. It is imperative to allow this advisory committee to continue per statutory regulations. Additionally, it is a civic duty for NJ Transit to allow us to advise about a broad range of aspects of mobility for seniors and other accommodations for those of us with disabilities. To protect and defend mobility and accommodations for vulnerable constituents, we need to have an advisory committee that is respected, transparent, permanent, and protected against being shut down or having its purview severely restricted in an arbitrary manner. New Jersey Transit's continued position of NJ Transit's continued position of putting marginalized constituents in situations of precarity illustrate the lack of seriousness with which it takes our issues. The dismantling scattertack clearly represents NJ Transit's complete disregard for those of us who require access to accommodations in which ADA clearly outlines as our constitutional right. This blatant disregard and dismissal of those of us who are seniors and or individuals with disabilities is disrespectful and shows that NJ Transit is not serious in participating in conversations to better their services. This is shameful. I hope that NJ Transit reconsiders the dismantling of this committee so that those of us who are seniors and or have disabilities have a platform from which to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next public comment is coming from Doug O'Malley. Doug, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Thank you so much. Board members, my name is Doug O'Malley, I serve as the Director of Environment New Jersey. We represent more than 80,000 citizen members and supporters across the state. We strongly support the calls this evening from members of the Don't Gas the Netherlands Coalition and Empower New Jersey for a truly renewable option for the transit grid project in Kearney, which is not reflected in the current RFP. We also strongly support the efforts of the Stop the Turnpike Trap Coalition opposing the ballooning budget for the Turnpike extension expansion. I wanted also to fully acknowledge that there are 3 new transit board members. So welcome, board members Carson, Medina, and Weiss. I hope you're night owls. And I wanted to emphasize that no board is best served by unanimous consensus and lack of debate. New Jersey Transit funding is worthy of that debate. It's worthy of tough conversations and tough and sometimes even lonely votes. And we urge board members willing to take those tough votes. As every board member knows, New Jersey Transit has been without a customer advocate, which is outlined in the New Jersey Transit reform legislation. You as board members need to serve as customer advocates and represent strap hangers. We didn't agree with every action by Vice Chair Fulton, but he was without question an advocate for an active board. He asked in-depth examinations on why trains were breaking down. He was willing to ask tough questions. We agreed strongly with his statement as well that former board member James Adams was a man of integrity. We strongly opposed the replacement of James Adams by the Murphy administration for his willingness to ask those tough questions and take those tough votes, especially to oppose the ongoing rating of the New Jersey Transit capital budget. And that's really, I guess, the message I wanted to provide to all board members, is that we are celebrating Transit Equity Week. We're proud to join a coalition of transit advocates and bus strap hangers earlier today to commemorate the birthday of Rosa Parks. Because the reality is that transit equity is an unmet goal right now for New Jersey Transit. Our transit ridership has not fully recovered from the pandemic, but our riders need more mobility than ever. But transit funding remains precarious, and federal funds won't be renewed. Now is the time to provide stable, dedicated funding for New Jersey Transit and end this lack of investment in our transportation system. And most importantly, it's time for Governor Murphy to get on the bus, literally and figuratively, fully fund New Jersey Transit's capital needs in the upcoming FY24 budget and end these ongoing budget raids. Honestly, the most important decision to be made this month for New Jersey Transit will not happen in this boardroom. It will occur with the release of the FY24 budget in Trenton at the State House at the end of this month. The governor has said in a quote from his office today, there's an unwavering commitment to transit equity that will remain in the development of the FY24 budget. The way to have an unwavering commitment is to have a budget that ends these ongoing raids of Jersey Transit's capital budget and the Clean Energy Fund, and finally provide a dedicated source of funding. Because this is the cancer that's eating at New Jersey Transit. Without having a stable, dedicated source of funding, it takes away the ability for transit to have the impacts of when the farebox revenue goes down. We are not recovered from the pandemic yet, and with the upcoming end of federal funding, the rightly called fiscal cliff, this defect is going to lead to stark choices of service cuts and fare hikes. At the same moment, of course, the Turnpike Authority is looking to expand the Turnpike extension right to the heart of Jersey City. That price tag of close to $11 billion exposes the transit inequity that we're facing in the state right now. We should not be spending those billions of dollars to expand unneeded extension right to the heart of Jersey City when there are mobility options that Jersey Transit desperately need to provide. I just want to end my testimony by clearly stating this is the moment for Governor Murphy to get on the bus, to support that stable, dedicated funding so we can avoid the fiscal cliff, and to end his support for the expansion of the Turnpike extension through the heart of Jersey City. Thank you.
Thank you. And your next public comment is coming from Holly Cox. Holly, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Hi, my name is Holly Cox. I'm a 24-year Montville resident. I'm here to ask you to power your microgrid project with renewable energy. I just listened to Governor Murphy's Ask the Governor radio show, and only 6 days ago, when caller Paula Rogovin asked about the New Jersey Transit gas plant, this is exactly what Murphy said, quote, "We had pulled this some months ago and said, listen, you have to make this as green as humanly possible, and God willing, that's what's going to happen." So, end quote. So just this week, Governor Murphy publicly told you to make this project, quote, "as green as humanly possible." I'm thus here to call on you to follow Governor Murphy's directive and take into account all the following problems with your project. 1, you say this is a project to provide, quote, "resiliency in the event of a grid outage." But FEMA says gas should not be used for emergency purposes because these supplies can be interrupted during high wind, flood, or earthquake events. Also, natural gas is often intentionally shut down prior to a storm to reduce the risk of fires and explosions. 2, your RFP requires proposals for a centralized generation facility and does not accommodate renewable solutions like solar, wind, and battery storage that need to be more widely distributed and are therefore inherently more resilient, which is the whole point of this microgrid. 3, your RFP fails to include information about solar siting on NJ Transit property. 4, this project is 100% publicly funded, so you and Governor Murphy have a responsibility to set more ambitious goals than, quote, "carbon neutral by 2050. This is greenwashing. It is too late. In fact, if you're proposing a fossil fuel-powered microgrid in 2023, you're not even on track to meet the goal of 50% clean energy by 2030. 5, you haven't consulted with experienced renewable energy experts and worked to find solutions. 6, you have no plan on how you're going to transition a gas plant now to net zero by 2050. 7, building a new gas microgrid in the overburdened community of Kearney violates New Jersey's environmental justice law and is environmental racism. 8, despite citizens raising these and other issues, you have never seriously addressed our concerns. Instead, you talk in vague platitudes, not in detailed scientific answers. 9, New Jersey is suing 5 fossil fuel companies for decades of misinformation related to climate change, claiming that they're responsible for the destruction caused by stronger storms and should pay for the resulting property damage. So why are you building a fossil fuel-powered microgrid when New Jersey is suing these companies? 10, last but most importantly, we are in a climate crisis now. Look around you. We barely had any snow this season. Instead, we've been saturated with rain. Also, just this week, some areas of New Jersey had dangerously low wind chills as low as -20. Pair this with the extreme heat we had last summer, over a month of 90-plus degree days with barely any rain, prompting drought restrictions. These weather extremes are what climate change looks like. It's a scientific fact that the burning of fossil fuels is causing the climate crisis, and this New Jersey Transit gas plant will lock us into decades more of
15 seconds remaining.
Health problems from pollution, destruction of our property by stronger storms, harsher conditions for our landscapes and wildlife, and damage to our overall sense of well-being. I thus ask you to follow Governor Murphy's request and make this project, quote, "as green as humanly possible," end quote. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next public comment is coming from Adam Reich. Adam, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Good evening. At last week's Operations and Customer Service Committee meeting, Board Member Nara promised there would be an update tonight on the customer advocate vacancy.
Board Member Nara, I eagerly await what you have to say on that front. I would also ask you to address the Customer Advisory Board specifically. As you know, ostensibly, our board of 14 members has been held up for nearly 3 years, ostensibly in large part due to the customer advocate vacancy. Please don't lose me in the shuffle of environmental advocates, and please be sure to address the specific points since you promised to help us with a meeting back in the fall, and I haven't heard anything on that front since. I'd like to use the balance of my time to talk about the issue of closed cars on trains. Mr. Corbett, I would ask you not to be so cavalier in doing a victory lap on ridership numbers. The fact is, we've had riders tell you they can't ride the system with the current mask optional policy if you don't make a reasonable accommodation for them. Opening every available car is an integral way to doing that, especially if you're not going to offer a mask car option or not offer a dialogue to your riders. Mr. Sincaglia at last week's Operations and Customer Service Committee meeting said, and I quote, "Closed cars help to increase safety and security for our customers, allowing them to be more easily monitored and accessible by the crew," end quote. The reality does not gel with that. The fact is, when you close cars on board your trains, there's a tendency for train crews to hide behind the bar, not monitoring the public, not easily accessible to the public if they need assistance. The fact is, you don't have train crews present at every door, at every stop. Passengers are able to be monitored as it is. There's no reason you can't open additional cars, particularly if you're saying that on a more crowded train with the same crew level, you are able to open additional cars. That tells me that you can safely open additional cars. I would ask, on my Northeast Corridor trains in the evening as a reverse peak rider, please consider me. Please consider the vulnerable family members I go home to. Please consider other people in my situation and the immunocompromised riders who can't ride the system currently. Opening additional cars won't be controversial among passengers. It's something you can pragmatically and safely do. And there's also an accessibility issue. If you have a car closed, especially a cab car, that means there's at least one fewer bathroom available to passengers. For somebody with underlying conditions, a senior, somebody who has young children, it can be very burdensome to ask them to walk the other way, if you can even find a crew member to open that car up for you. Please open up every available bathroom car for the sake of these riders. Please lower onboard density for those of us who are continuing to mask or remain concerned about COVID or have underlying vulnerabilities. Open additional cars. Have an honest dialogue with your riders 15 seconds
about
remaining.
alternatives. Please, I ask, it is imperative that we have a dialogue, whether this occur through the Customer Advisory Board or a public forum. Simply ignoring COVID's continuation and the vulnerable riders who tell you they can't ride your system currently is not acceptable. It's not who we should aspire to be as a state. It's not what you should aspire to be as an agency trying to promote accessibility forums and accessibility in general. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Ann Brown. Ann, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Hi, my name is Ann Brown. I live in Weehawken, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed New Jersey Transit power plant. Each day, we learn more and more about the effects of climate change on our immediate communities and on our planet. The warnings could not be more dire, from floods to fires, dying ocean to new pathogens. Against this backdrop, I urge New Jersey Transit to honor the commitment made in 2020 to utilize renewables to the greatest extent possible as backup power for their operations. The current request for proposal is soliciting designs for a new fossil fuel plant where gas would be piped into the facility. Piping gas is inherently risky and prone to supply disruptions. Furthermore, since they claim to be committed to transitioning to renewables by 2050, it is investing in public funds on technology that will have to be replaced. The plant also burdens a community that already bears a disproportionate toxic load. New Jersey Transit, Governor Murphy, it's time to honor the pledge made in the Energy Master Plan and move New Jersey to a greener future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Sally Gellert. Sally, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Okay, good evening. As you all may know, I am the chairperson of the Lackawanna Coalition and was recently elected as first vice chairperson of ScatterTAC, New Jersey Transit Senior Citizen Disabled Riders Transportation Advisory Committee. Tonight, however, I am speaking in my personal capacity. First, I was saddened to read of Mr. Fulton's resignation from the board. He's often replied to our public comments, asked questions about action items, something that has been all too lacking in the past, and it was a welcome example from near the top. Mr. Fulton consistently asked for more information, for the board to learn about meaningful events early before the press, and for more transparency overall. As we half-jokingly said when complaining about barely translucent train windows, even the New Jersey Transit train windows are not transparent. And it was good to hear someone from the dais echoing those concerns. With both Mr. Fulton and former board member James Adams now gone, we hope that we will not see a return to a silent rubber stamping board. On a more positive note, the Lackawanna Coalition is pleased to be the advocacy host for the Rail Users Network RUN conference being planned for April, right here in Newark, around the corner at the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority headquarters. RUN conferences generally include a tour of local transit for guests from across the country. We'll have more details as we get closer, but please save Friday and Saturday, April 28th and 29th, for the conference and tour. Our grassroots group is considering how we can host an event for local transit folks to network with the expected out-of-town guests. Last Saturday, February 4th, as you've heard, was Rosa Parks' birthday and Transit Equity Day. 4 years ago, it was designated as such by the Labor Network for Sustainability. I attended the noon live stream event this year and was interested to hear from transit workers and riders from across the country, from Boston to California and many places in between. I had previously met Christine from No Bus Cut Stenton, Texas, during my virtual attendance at a transportation camp in Washington, D.C. in January. That group gave a short presentation at Transit Equity Day on the predatory microtransit that is cutting out public bus routes on which many people depend in favor of the App Hail's Go Denton project run by VIA. Worse, many riders do not have smartphones to hail such a vehicle, which carry only 4 at a time, adding to congestion when a route is cut. I'm curious about the VIA program in Jersey City. So far, I have heard little specific, but I was able to ask one friend who lives in Jersey City who is decidedly unimpressed, saying that more NJ Transit bus service would have been a better solution. I am pleased to recognize a presenter this year with whom Dave Allen and I shared a virtual podium at Transit Equity Day a few years ago. Zach Carnezes, who uses a wheelchair, was at that time in a fight with the San Francisco Public Transportation Department over accessibility. This year, Zach again joined the live stream, playing a video of his attempt to board a bus in which the ramp would not reach the sidewalk, saying, "This is the third bus to come by." He went on to report a settlement of his lawsuit, including a substantial increase in training for drivers and a new system of priorities to ensure that drivers would no longer be penalized if the extra time needed to operate a lift or otherwise assist a disabled rider caused the bus to be late. His website includes thanks to the Local Transit Workers Union. I hope that all transit agencies, including our own New Jersey Transit, understand the needs and do not need to be sued to improve transit equity, the understanding that transit is a civil right. Everyone, workers, riders, and everyday residents should have access to reliable, affordable transit. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Richard Grant. Richard, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Richard Grant, Hackensack. Welcome, new board members. You represent new NJ Transit's riders, and NJ Transit serves as a specialized economic development agency when you review and approve contracts or projects. But you also represent every state resident, taxpayer, and voter living with the continuing effect of greenhouse gases and other pollutants, all of us. With a full board almost, there is an opportunity for a fresh start on board committees, given that the Safety Committee has no chair, the Energy and Sustainability Policy Committee is at 1 member, and Mr. Fulton had been serving concurrently on 4 committees. Experts on boards agree that for board members to be effective, they should serve preferably on no more than 2 committees. If the full board's 10 members, all but the chair, each were to serve only on 2 committees each, then 4 committees would be staffed with 3 members and the other 2 each with 4 members. And while it is great to hear President Corbett report on individual sustainability actions, powering NJ Transit Grid primarily with a gas-fired power plant remains a 10-year-old solution in a time of more clean energy tech being available and affordable, of increased awareness of the risk of methane emissions, of supersized federal clean energy funding. How is the idea stuck that 140 megawatt gas plant's emissions are not that material even to the people who live or work near its plant site in Kearney? To begin with, you would have to presume that every other Murphy administration emission reduction initiative would stay on track to timely reach or even exceed its goals. A hard presumption to make, given the board's own experience with the search for a customer advocate. New members are joining the board where the visible evidence is that it favors secrecy over openness. President Corbett gives his update report without follow-up by board members, press, or members of the public. This comment session restricts individuals to 3 minutes without board interaction. No comments at the 3 black box board committees, and a 2-minute limit at the 3 non-black box board committees. When this session ends, board committee responses are optional. Without more transparency, the takeaway is that the board and its committees do little more than politely listen to update reports where managers have complete control of the content. When the board wants to act with its full authority, it has done so. When it was iffy whether NJ Transit would meet its high-stakes deadline to implement positive train control, the board dragged in the contractors people for public grillings. For New Jersey Transit managers, it employs a far more differential approach that might equate to self-oversight. All told, the visible evidence is that the board fulfills its economic development agency role, but for all other concerns, could be waiting for a bus. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from John Andrade. Your line is live, and your time will begin now. So, is that John Andrade? Your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Yes, hi. Good evening. Johan Andrade, longtime resident in North Bergen and Hudson County. Thank you, NJ Transit, for the welcome improvements in reliability and frequency to bus routes in Hudson County. I certainly rely on NJ Transit bus and light rail to move around from North Bergen to into Jersey City or into Manhattan. Now, while the improvements have been tremendous, there are still a lot of gaps in the system. One of the biggest gaps in my area, for example, is the lack of frequency for routes 88, 154, and 159 on weekends and evenings. If anyone has tried to return back to Hudson County from Manhattan on a Saturday evening, they'll know the bus will be packed to max capacity with lines at the Port Authority bus terminal going from end to end, and having to wait half hour for the next one. Or if you're traveling from North Bergen to Journal Square on weekends, the alternating 88 via Kennedy or 88C via Central can have someone wait up to an hour and 10 minutes for the next bus. Now, this is a similar issue with light rail service on weekends. I'm always met with 35-minute wait times from the Bergen Line Avenue station on weekends, even though the NJ Transit app might say every 20 minutes as the normal schedule. This part of the customer experience needs improvements, and where the much-needed customer advocacy office can hear some feedback. Now, NJ Transit is also a big role player in our county and state goals to meet Vision Zero goals. JFK Boulevard is a very dangerous corridor, but it can be made more community-friendly if NJ Transit begins to invest in bus rapid transit to help shift some trips away from the automobile. So I asked NJ Transit to consider what our public transportation plan could look like if $10 billion of the Turnpike expansion money can be put to better use by fully funding NJ Transit with that capital money. We will have less congestion, better service and reliability, safer streets, and cleaner air. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Raphael Wakefield. Raphael, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Hey, my name's Raphael Wakefield. I live in the west side of Jersey City. And I want to echo the previous speaker on a number of issues. You know, I'm reminded of how several years ago, this is before COVID, President Corbett was giving a talk about how New Jersey Transit was doing on the rail safety replacement program, the automatic track stoppage thing. The term escapes me now. And I remember thinking and saying, NJ Transit does deserve credit under Governor Murphy for getting back to being a decent commuter transit agency. What it really sucks at, as the previous caller alluded to, is being a 24-hour transit agency. And I'm concerned to hear Mr. Corbett, again at the top of this meeting, talk about how commuter ridership is up, not where we want it to be, but just have to pray it goes back up further. I don't know what the weekend ridership in New Jersey Transit is off the top of my head, but I can know that in New York City, weekend ridership is statistically way up over the last 20 years, even as weekday ridership has stagnated. It's reasonable to think that form of transit use is a general phenomenon and not some transitory thing. And my interest in addressing this is concerning because we're still talking about, for example, this natural gas power plant. What is the power plant supposed to do? To provide backup power to the electrified rail line. Well, that's great, but New Jersey Transit has many unelectrified rail lines that are running diesel trains all the time. There's been, again, just a lot of resistance to even talking about expanding electrification to finish off, for example, the North Jersey coastline, even though that's just sort of no-brainer. It's not that much further to go. And even when we have electrification, getting to our great friend, the $10 billion Turnpike plan, it's right parallel next to the Hudson Bergen Light Rail. The Hudson Bergen Light Rail is electrified, and yet it does not have the 24-hour service that the taxpayers have right to expect. It's not just New Jersey, it's not just Hudson County, it's not just Jersey City. The federal taxpayer paid for this electrified infrastructure, and yet we have less frequent running times now than we did in 2009 or so, whenever it opened, to its current size. So I think we have a right to expect better from this agency, and that includes board members going out on a limb and standing up against ill-conceived ideas like spending, again, $10 billion in a turnpike expansion that only the construction unions want, and that will be a direct competitor to transit and will endanger the long-term funding of the system. So I'm calling on you to show some guts,
15 seconds,
show a little courage, and get out there and stand firmly against this and say you could use the money to electrify your own system and run service that will attract and sustain ridership. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Ken Dolsky. Ken, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Thank you very much. I want to make 2 points on Transit Grid. First of all, the members of the board must clearly understand that since Hurricane Sandy, Public Service Electric and Gas, PSE&G, has raised all its substations that provide power to New Jersey Transit. This includes the new PSE&G Meadowlands Maintenance Supply Switching Station, constructed specifically to interface PSE&G to Transit Grid. Now, as you may know, after Sandy, PSE&G was able to produce electricity. It just could not deliver it because these substations were flooded. Now they are all at least 1 foot above maximum flood level. And if another Hurricane Sandy happened tomorrow, New Jersey Transit would not even know it. New Jersey Transit would not have a power outage. All those substations would continue to perform just as they do on a sunny day. Therefore, there is no longer even a need for this Transit Grid project, and continuing to waste our tax money while increasing air pollution and making climate change worse is simply a crime. Second, since you now have extended your timeline by 1 year, you now have even more time to reconsider developing a renewable energy solution. And we would support developing a solar-based source of electricity under any circumstances, whether it was needed for backup or not, as it would help clean the power grid and make New Jersey one step closer to cutting greenhouse gases and 100% renewable energy, clean renewable energy. This is very, very feasible, and it will produce a better financial result for New Jersey Transit than a gas plant. In fact, it will be much more risky financially to build the gas plant than a renewable energy-based solution. The battery needed for this, as you claim constantly won't work, is relatively small compared to others that are currently in daily use at utilities. The space needed for solar is only about 300 to 350 acres. This is all very, very doable.
1 minute remaining.
We will soon provide additional proof of this feasibility to you and the governor and the members of the legislature who have to understand that New Jersey Transit is wasting its grant money on a gas plant, and they, the legislature, will then have to fund your transition to a clean, renewable solution. I hope at this point in the meeting that all of the new board members are still as excited and enthusiastic about fixing the problems at New Jersey Transit as they were at the opening of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your next public comment is coming from Matthew Bewley. Matthew, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Matt Bewley. I'm a resident of Jersey City and a New Jersey Transit bus and train rider. Thank you for this opportunity to comment, for staying so late and listening to all of our comments and what we have to say. I, like many others who are talking here tonight, am here to talk about the extraordinarily wasteful and harmful Turnpike expansion, $10.7 billion Turnpike expansion, and how New Jersey Transit could be part of an alternative solution to the need that it supposedly serves. You, as board members of this organization, oversee an organization that already transports more people than the Turnpike extension through Jersey City and Bayonne transports daily, weekly, however else you want to consider it. And as board members of this organization, you have an obligation and a prerogative to ask questions. So what I'm going to request is that you ask questions of agency leadership. If they come to you with a budget that once again transfers hundreds of millions of dollars from the capital budget to the operating budget, I would request that you ask why. Why the $10.7 billion piggy bank that the Turnpike Authority is apparently sitting on can't be directed, at least in part, to New Jersey Transit for a solution that won't poison our air, warm our climate, and fill our streets with traffic, streets that are already, where people already die and are injured regularly. I would request that you ask why New Jersey Transit can't be part of coming up with an alternative plan to serve the need that this expansion supposedly serves. I would ask also that you ask why New Jersey Transit can't get together with jurisdictions, with Hudson County, with Bayonne, with Jersey City, with NJTPO for that matter, with everyone who has a stake in better bus service and better transit service in the region and Hudson and Essex counties, why New Jersey Transit can't be proactive in initiating those discussions about improving bus service and improving light rail service. It's very possible, but when we talk to jurisdictions, they say, about bus service, they say talk to New Jersey Transit. When we talk to New Jersey Transit about improving bus service, they say talk to the jurisdiction. So I would request that you, as the board members, ask New Jersey Transit to start initiating those discussions so we can get bus lanes, we can get bus priority, we can get bus amenities, so we can get transit signal priority, everything that we need to serve real travel need without harming our climate and harming ourselves. And everything I just mentioned is a better use of $10.7 billion than a wider highway to nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Chris Adair. Chris, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Hi, my name is Chris Adair, and I'm a long-time resident of Hoboken and a long-time commuter using the 126 bus almost daily. I'm also a member of Hudson County Complete Streets, and for a period prior to COVID, I was on the Port Authority Bus Terminal Advisory Council. You spoke earlier about how bus, train, and light rail ridership numbers are increasing rapidly back to pre-COVID levels. And this just speaks to the need for more frequent service for all of our buses, trains, light rail, and other transportation options, particularly during the overnights and weekends. We need to be building out dedicated bus lanes so that passengers can ride the bus and do so quickly and efficiently. Buses should never, ever have to sit in single occupancy traffic. We need the express bus lane in the Lincoln Tunnel to be open 24/7, which would prioritize people who are riding the bus, get them there more efficiently. This is how we make bus commuting better, and this is how we increase the number of bus passengers. And importantly, this is also how we decrease the number of people in cars. So New Jersey Transit has got to keep increasing investments in our buses and our light rail. And we know this takes money, and while we need our political leaders like Governor Murphy to, quote unquote, get on the bus and to find dedicated funding source for New Jersey Transit once and for all. But in the meantime, we do know that we have an extra $10.7 billion, and that could be used right now to fully fund New Jersey Transit beyond the 2026 fiscal cliff and to fund the long-neglected capital budget. So rather than waste $10.7 billion expanding the turnpike, we need New Jersey Transit to help advocate to get some of that money to help create better bus service and expand our light rail to finally actually go to Bergen County. Lastly, New Jersey Transit's got to institute a customer advocate. Each county should be given a representative to liaise with their respective communities. This position, which is required by law, has been ignored for the last 4 years, and it's time to establish a full customer service office, advocate office, with the resources and capacity to deal with the problems head on. We stand with you in wanting New Jersey Transit to grow and thrive. We believe that by prioritizing New Jersey Transit and other alternative transportation, we can decrease reliance on climate-harming fossil fuel infrastructure projects like Governor Murphy's Turnpike Trap expansion. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Christian Noel. Christian, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Hello, good evening, or good night, as it were. For the many obvious reasons presented by the many previous speakers, it's dumbfounding and mind-boggling that a fracked gas power plant is being considered as a primary feature of the transit grid resiliency plan. You have got to amend the RFP to call for maximum use of renewable energy as soon as possible now. Not only does the RFP not prioritize renewable energy, it makes it difficult, extremely difficult for the proposals to do so. And actually, I'm looking at the overburdened communities under the New Jersey Environmental Justice Law, ArcGIS map, that you can just Google and find. It's put out by NJDEP. And the Coppers Cove site, the site of the proposed, resiliency project, which would be potentially a fracked gas power plant, that site is entirely surrounded by overburdened communities. Secaucus, Jersey City, Kearney, North Arlington, Lyndhurst all surround the site and are categorized as minority, low-income, and/or minority and low-income, and limited English. Oh yeah, that was and low-income and limited English communities. These are all overburdened communities that are entirely surrounding this proposed site. And of course, the wonderful Turnpike expansion project surrounds this area on three sides, and the New Jersey City Turnpike runs right through the middle of it. If you wanted to pollute the hell out of these communities, this is pretty much exactly how you would do it. Again, you must amend the RFP to call for maximum use of renewable energy now. Okay, thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you. And the next public comment is coming from Janet Simons-Evans. Janet, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Good evening. My name is Tanique. Clean air and public health are very important to me. I'm a public health intern at cleanearthforkids.org. The Meadowlands gas power plant must be stopped to protect our health, environment, climate, and future. This gas power plant will emit toxic air pollution and climate-warming greenhouse gases. The greenhouse gas emissions predicted from this power plant are at almost 2.5 million metric tons of carbon dioxide. We have a responsibility to children and future generations to protect clean air and reduce greenhouse gases. We must stop burning fossil fuels. Please do not harm New Jersey communities. Natural gas power plants emit significant nitrogen oxide. Nitrogen oxide emissions are harmful to breathe and harm our respiratory system and have adverse effects on our health. Also, nitrogen oxide emissions harm our environment and can even cause acid rain. Gas power plants need large quantities of water and land to operate the Meadowlands Power Plant and will dismantle natural habitats in the areas of our community. Please stop this gas power plant and protect our community and our future. It is vital to only use power from renewable sources such as solar, wind, and water with battery storage. New advancements in clean, renewable energy are being made rapidly. Stanford is working on solar panels that work at night. Don't lock us into a polluting gas power plant of yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Tim Sevener. Tim, your line is live and your time will begin now. Tim, your line is live and your public comment period, you may begin now.
Hello, yes, this is Tim Sevener, Public Transit Village of Mount Tabor, board member of New Jersey Association of Rail Passengers. And I'm calling basically about opposing the gas plant for the power grid. We were told that, well, you can't power trains with solar power, but actually PADCO, which goes to Philadelphia, is supplying 50% of their traction power from solar canopies in the parking lots, ironically, the New Jersey stations. They're also putting solar on the bridges that go over to Philadelphia and routing solar power from there. France just passed a law, or is about to pass a law, that all of their parking lots of certain sizes will have to have solar canopies. We can do this here. We supplied a long time ago the list, and I'd be glad to supply that to the new board members, because they're probably not familiar with it, of all the places that we could do solar along the proposed coverage of the New Jersey Transit Grid. And on top of that, what I also proposed, which is similar to what PADCO is doing in a way, there's a place where the rail goes, the Morris line and the Montclair Booton line go below the ground. The catenaries are below that. You could just put solar panels right on top. Right on top. You could also put, as I've also pointed out, I-280 also goes below the ground because it was ironically built to parallel the New Jersey Transit, the Erie-Lackawanna. You could put panels by East Orange, where I-280 goes below the surrounding ground. There's plenty of room. Put solar panels right on top of it. That would supply plenty of power. If there's any need, there may be some need, but all we need is not a 24
15 seconds remaining
natural gas plant. If anything, all we need is on demand, if needed, much smaller natural gas plant. It's doable.
Thank you.
The rest of the world is doing it. Let's do it, New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Janan Abarami. Janan, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Hello and good evening. My name is Janan. I'm a public health intern with CleanEarthForKids.org and very proud to be from New Jersey. I want to raise a family here, and it's important to me to protect the health and future of our children and future generations. Please stop the Meadowlands gas power plant. Do not allow our air and environment to be polluted. This gas power plant will cause irreversible damage to our health, the air we breathe, our children, families, environment, and climate. We need to stop burning fossil fuels. We need to protect our children's future. Burning natural gas emits hazardous air pollutants like NOx, benzene, VOCs, ozone, and particulate matter. Please do not harm the health of the people of New Jersey. Only use clean, renewable energy from wind, solar, and battery storage. Progress and advancements in clean, renewable energy sources are happening all of the time. We must protect the public health of the people of New Jersey from harmful emissions and respiratory problems. We must protect the environment from the extraction and burning of polluting fossil fuels. Please stop the Meadowlands gas power plant and protect our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Jimmy Lee. Jimmy, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and congratulations on the recent increases in ridership. Congratulations also to the new board members. There certainly is a lot of work to do. I'm a resident of Jersey City, and I ride New Jersey Transit buses, light rail, and rail. I'm calling today because I opposed a disastrous $10.7 billion plan to reconstruct a new, wider turnpike extension through the heart of the urban communities of Jersey City and Hudson County. I opposed the $10 billion turnpike project, which is $1.3 billion per mile, for so many reasons, but among them, the financial folly for the homes, schools, businesses, and public housing along the route that will suffer from noise and pollution for decades to come, the safety issues that the cut-through traffic brings, and because as this extraordinarily warm winter should remind us, we are in the middle of a climate crisis. But New Jersey Transit is not the villain in this story. I believe New Jersey Transit can be the hero. While car electrification in New Jersey remains low at only 1.4% of registered vehicles, New Jersey Transit is already providing electric-powered and low-emissions transportation for hundreds of thousands of riders a day and growing. New Jersey Transit's mission is now more important than ever as a primary tool to fight against climate change, to be a tool for environmental justice, and to be an engine for a future-forward economy, and now as a salve to our epidemic of traffic violence, as New Jersey traffic deaths hit a 15-year high with over 700 traffic deaths in 2022. My ask is this: put together an alternative regional transportation plan to widen the turnpike. Show how $10 billion can be put to better use. We already know private vehicles through the Holland Tunnel provide less than 3% of the commuter volume to lower Manhattan. We know bus lanes and train lines can and do provide more than 10 times the capacity of each highway lane. Show the people of New Jersey and elected officials how New Jersey Transit can provide a sustainable, efficient, convenient, and attractive alternative. Second, many fellow New Jerseyans have already eloquently spoken about the reasons why the potential Kearney gas power plant is unacceptable. I only add that this project is also illogical. We don't need reliable service in the middle of a disaster where many communities don't even have power. We need reliable service every single day. That's buses, that's light rail, and commuter rail as well. And I otherwise second all other points in opposition. I also want to thank New Jersey Transit for increasing reliability and frequency of bus service in Hudson County. 4,000 more riders per day just from on-time buses is a substantial win, but too many bus riders are still stuck in traffic or waiting for the bus. Hudson County has a population greater than the city of Boston in a smaller land area, but we do not have a quality transportation network to match the growing population economy. Please look into redesigning our bus network. I challenge any board member, open up the Route 86 bus map. It looks like Pac-Man eating dots, looping around Jersey City. This nonsense just happened in 2019. There's many other things that we need to do for better bus service, including...
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Keisha Garner. Keisha, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Keisha, your line is live. You may begin your public comment.
Okay. My name is Tanisha Garner. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tanisha Garner, and I'm a resident of the Ironbound neighborhood in Newark. Earlier today, I joined Tri-State Transportation Campaign and other advocacy groups at a virtual press conference to talk about transit equity. Transit Equity Day was the past Saturday and honors the life of and legacy of Rosa Parks. We heard from riders around the state about their experiences with New Jersey Transit and the need for more funding in order to support capital projects like expanding service, electrifying our bus fleet, and keeping transit affordable for the everyday rider. Here's what I said. Again, my name is Tanisha Garner, and I am the resident of the Ironbound neighborhood in Newark. As a Newark resident, I know that public transit is an essential lifeline for myself and for my neighbors. In Newark, many households do not have access to a car, and many of us rely on public transit, especially buses, to get around. I use the number 1 and the 25 bus to go everywhere, including grocery shopping, picking up supplies for my business, going to important community meetings, and visiting families and friends. The bus riders' Bill of Rights would ensure that New Jersey Transit secures a stable, dedicated funding source. Securing this will protect our capital projects like the electric bus rollout. Neighborhoods like mine deserve clean energy to reduce carbon emissions to have clearer air. It is critical that transit is properly funded to meet the needs of riders. We also need safeguard riders from any fare hikes and service cuts, and a dedicated funding source would do so. The Ironbound in Newark is an environmental justice community. We have a high cluster of cancer and asthma here because of the different industrial industries that are here. We have one of the largest Superfund sites in the country. The New Jersey Transit buses currently run off of diesel, which further pollute my community. New Jersey Transit needs to commit and invest in more sustainable solutions that will reduce emissions and are sustainably sourced. We want safe, environmentally sound solutions to make our communities vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Andrew Wilson. Andrew, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Hello, I'm a long-term Hoboken resident with just a few topics to discuss. First of all, on buses, I appreciate the higher frequency, but it's not enough. Every day, multiple buses pass my stop at maximum capacity, not allowing additional passengers. Bus frequency schedules aren't an accurate reflecting point of the wait time for passengers. Even when I am able to get on a bus, it's typically standing room only. I currently have a broken foot, so that's really problematic for me. Furthermore, the express bus lane needs to be 24/7. It makes no sense to have a bus with dozens of passengers waiting in line for the Holland Tunnel behind single occupancy vehicles. Second, for the Hudson Bergen Light Rail, the service is terrible, and maintenance issues are causing trains to break down on an almost daily basis, making the service unreliable for commuting. Even when it is running properly, there are frequent delays causing 40-minute-plus wait lines. 3, I oppose the New Jersey Transit gas-powered Kearney power plant, and I also oppose the Turnpike Authority's widening project. If Murphy wants to be the climate governor he is, then New Jersey Transit and the Turnpike Authority must change their course. Lastly, as it's been said before, New Jersey Transit needs a customer advocate so that we can voice these concerns directly. Thanks.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Matthew Graham. Matthew, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Hello, my name is Matthew Graham. I live in Union City, New Jersey, and I'm on the board of the Hudson County Complete Streets. I want to welcome the new board members, Board Member Carson, Board Member Medina, Board Member Weiss. I have to admit, I'm a little confused. I thought I had called into the board meeting for New Jersey Transit. I've been listening, and at times I've wondered if I've been calling into the board meeting for ExxonMobil or Saudi Aramco. Why is New Jersey Transit investing in harming neighboring residents living and working near this power plant? Why is New Jersey Transit investing in harm to the climate? How is it that in the 21st century that the plan can be to cause this much harm? Like, this is written down. And then we have the Turnpike expansion that many speakers have talked about. It will literally destroy people's homes. The extra traffic will give kids asthma. How is New Jersey spending so much money on damaging our communities? Why aren't we spending that money on transit, on improving transit, on more buses and trains that would help our community? I would like to be here talking about improving bus service in Hudson County. I would like to be talking about consolidating bus routes into fewer north-south streets. We have so many buses, but they're all on different streets if you come to Hudson County. And I would like to be talking about how hard it is to catch the next bus that's within walking distance. I have to guess, is it on the street to the north, or is it on the street to the south? Bus roulette. This would be especially helpful if we had the bus rapid transit on Kennedy Boulevard in Hudson County. We're running buses on Kennedy, then other buses just one block over on Summit Avenue in Union City. It's just a roll of the dice to see if I'm going to go to the right street or not. We have bus rapid transit and better service on Kennedy. It would be even easier to consolidate those routes. This is the kind of thing where it would be great to have a customer advocate whose role it is to hear these kind of customer issues and advocate for it within New Jersey Transit on a daily basis. Finally, I'd like to come back to the wasteful spending by the Turnpike Authority on the Holland Tunnel extension. The latest costs are more than $1 billion per mile on this unnecessary project. I hear that $10 billion, and I can't help think about how many more buses we could run with that amount. Please contact the governor and urge him to reconsider this project and shift as much funding as possible to New Jersey Transit.
15 seconds.
There is no doubt that you at New Jersey Transit can use this money in much better ways. And I second the previous speaker in asking the board to publish an alternate plan for $10 billion to show what we're missing out on. Thank you for the.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Emmanuel Morgan. Emmanuel, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Morgan. I'm a frequent writer of the 119 and the current president of a community organization called Hudson County Complete Streets. Every day in our county, it is increasingly obvious that our overall transportation system, including transit, roads, bike share, and more, is incredibly strained. Many residents live in transit deserts where bus service is sparse and unreliable. Others suffer from the traffic violence and pollution that cut-through traffic brings. The Journal Sport bus station and other facilities are emblematic of a public transportation system suffering under the weight of historic underinvestment in transit. Our roads are choked by congestion and traffic crash statistics continue to climb. But with the passing of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, our county, like Essex, Union, and others, will soon have the funds to create Vision Zero action plans. Our advocacy groups and others are working with elected officials and city planners on a plan for county-wide sustainable transportation systems that include transit. We are resurrecting the 2013 NJTPA recommendations for BRT on Kennedy Boulevard, and we are motivated by our own experiences with congestion, with traffic violence, with grade F air quality, noticeable in the air that we breathe, and by a worldwide acknowledgement that the world is on fire. We know that cities around the world are operating clean air only bus fleets. I've ridden them myself, expanding every variety of rail system and making public transit efficient, reliable, and comfortable. Everything we have heard tonight says invest in transit. It will save the world. Our group is here today to tell you that we are here and we are ready to advocate with our state electeds and others for more funding for transit, for reallocating Turnpike funds to transit. My email address is AMMANUELLE@hudcostreets.org. Let us know what we can do, how we can do our part to support you in responding to all of the requests that you've heard tonight. And I close by saying that as kids, we all loved riding the bus, the train, the light rail. NJ Transit bus and train operators are a testament to what we can achieve. We can make our transit system excellent. And I encourage you to reach out to us to let us know how we can help.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Eileen Lynch. Eileen, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Hi, I'd like to thank the New Jersey Transit Board for holding this meeting and being open to comments from the public. It's been really interesting to me, and I've actually learned a lot from a lot of the public comments. My comment is something that nobody has spoken of so far. I live in Hoboken, New Jersey, grew up in West New York. I'm Hudson County all the way. I live on Washington Street in Hoboken, which is the main street, and I have a bus stop in front of my building. And I go to sleep most nights and wake up to this sound. Does that sound familiar? That is a noisy, horrible, disrespectful, thoughtless alarm from the New Jersey Transit buses that goes off every time they stop at the southern corner of my block and the northern corner of my block. I hear them at 1 o'clock in the morning. I hear them at 6 a.m. Now, not every single bus has these alarms, which to me says no bus should have these alarms. This is a heavily residential area. There are thousands of people that live on this street, and everybody's peace is disturbed by these buses. I understand the purpose. I think it's about warning people that the steps are being lowered, that the bus is being lowered. But like I said, every bus doesn't have it, so why should any bus have it? Maybe there's something you can do with lights or something else, because the ear-splitting, horrible noise is making me personally insane. I can't do this anymore. You've got to do something about this. It is such a level of noise pollution. Everybody here is talking about air pollution, which I agree with 100%, but this is another kind of noise pollution, and I think it's an easy fix.
1 minute.
And I pray, I'm begging you, please, I hope you'll consider doing something about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Brian Levinson. Brian, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brian Levinson. I'm a Princeton resident and a member of the local advocacy group with Friends of the Dinky Corridor. My public comment, above all, is actually to thank New Jersey Transit for its foresight. The Princeton Transitway study culminated in November with recommendations for a new and revitalized corridor from here to the junction. This is a very popular idea in the Princeton area, and it's something that's desperately needed. Our group, the Friends of the Dinky Corridor, launched an online petition several months ago, and we've already collected more than 500 signatures, as well as many testimonials and letters to the editor. I live in Princeton and teach high school right near the junction, so rather than bore you with numbers, I'm going to very briefly kind of tell you about what I see on my commute. And it's most often a drive to work, the commute, because right now there's really no safe or convenient way to bike from Princeton over the highway, Route 1, to the junction. So on my driving commute, I see new construction just about everywhere. We have several new multi-unit housing projects that are coming online, both in the commercial business district and also at the Princeton Shopping Center, which is the proposed terminus of the revitalized Dinky Transitway. So the university is expanding its footprint as well and significantly increasing its undergraduate and graduate populations. There's even a new hotel that's set to open next year at Chambers Street in Nassau. So if Princeton's population growth and job growth is real, then so is what's happening at Princeton Junction. So you can cross Route 1 on Washington Road, and right at the train station, work is underway on a 25-acre mixed-use development with 800 units of housing. So for the sake of our congested roadways and for the air that we breathe, these tens of thousands of residents and students and workers and visitors need more options than just their own automobiles. And that means fast and reliable and sustainable transit, the kind of 21st century transit that can really connect the Northeast Corridor with a regional hub like Princeton. And so it's for this reason that I urge you to fast-track development of the revitalized multimodal Dinky Transitway. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Mushana Gunhan. Mushana, your line is live and your time will begin now.
My name is actually Masana Dunham. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start by thanking New Jersey Transit for the opportunity to speak tonight and to say that I mirror everyone's beliefs regarding our planet and renewable energy. And this is why I would like New Jersey Transit to consider reopening the Ampere train station as someone earlier stated, Mr. George, the Ampere train station is extremely important in that, unlike other train stations, the Ampere train station would serve 3 communities, Newark, East Orange, and Bloomfield. As much as we do need more buses, and I know there's a plan possibly, I think, for Line 34, we still need the trains. African American, Black communities, and minority communities in this part of New Jersey have long been forgotten. After writing Congressman Donald Payne, I received a response with the following information that there is still $2.5 billion remaining for New Jersey to be used by the transit industry. Please use these funds correctly. Less fossil fuels, bring back the Ampere train station. Look into our petition on change.org by searching Ampere train station revival petition. We have over 220 signatures and it's growing. I would like to also say that the train would be useful to go into Newark Penn Station, but it does not go to Newark Broad Street, Hoboken, New York City, or Upper Montclair. And our group as of right now is North Jersey Transit Alliance. I am also speaking on behalf of Miguel Santos, who was actually in the queue, and I believe he had to get off the line. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Golda Harris. Golda, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Hello. Good evening, board. Thank you for having me. My name is Golda Harris. I'm a student from Elizabeth, New Jersey. I'm a student of Union County College. I'm disabled, and I take the 59 bus and the 113 bus from Elizabeth. And one of my pet peeves is that there are no shelters with light and seating. And I agree with most of what the people have said tonight, and I disagree with some of the things people have said tonight. Part of the, I'm a member of the New Jersey Bus Riders Council, and my fellow member was Tanisha Garner. Hi, Tanisha, if you're still here. She is actually supposed to be a member on the New Jersey Board Council. She didn't speak up, being bashful, but we actually should be congratulating her as well, because she's supposed to be on one of the members on the board. So hopefully you will extend that invitation to her again, so that she can be joining you and advocating on behalf of us. So hopefully that'll take place. But we are also part of the Tri-State Transportation Campaign. And we are advocating to have funding so that we can hold events. And we just did videos to ask the governor to come ride with us, Governor Murphy to come ride with us. But one of the things I heard tonight is that funding for the, and I don't really talk about the power plant, but funding for some of the things that we want, the Bill of Rights, New Jersey Bill of Rights, we need to fund that. And in our, in New Jersey, Senators Andrew Zwicky and Assemblyman Digon and Stanley, they actually proposed a pilot program, $45 billion, Senate Bill 59, to cover some of these expenses. So if the board members can look into that. I also heard a lot of people complain about the diesel. There are a lot of people in the state of New Jersey who still have to use diesel. Business owners have to use diesel. People can't afford to replace their cars, and they still have to use gas. So that's probably one of the reasons why that RFP still has and Governor Murphy is trying to, in that RFP, use fracking so that we don't have to rely upon foreign oil. So I think that's what he's planning to do. It's just a guess, but I am completely for getting rid of greenhouse gases and going to electric. So thank you for giving me time.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Taneki Theo. Taneki, your line is live and your time will begin now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tina Castillo, and I live in Princeton. I would like to start by telling you how much I appreciate the bike racks that are on all the buses. I put my bike on them, and I go everywhere. And can I just say how much I appreciate the kindness of the bus drivers who have been helping me put my new bike on the rack because I can't do it by myself. And the reason is that I recently bought an electric bike. I love the thing. It's probably wrong to love a machine the way I love this bike. One of the things it does is it can get me farther. And now suddenly I find that West Windsor has become physically attainable for me, which it wasn't before. I say physically because practically I still can't get there. It is beyond my horizon because there's Route 1 in between. There's just really no safe way to cross Route 1 on a bike, and which is why I'm so excited about the Princeton Transitway and the proposal to build a safe walk and bike path right next to the rail line, the Dinky. It would allow me to bike to my favorite places in West Windsor, and I would just love that. I'm a member of Princeton's Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, and while I don't speak for the committee, I can tell you that everybody on the committee has been excited about this proposal. As a member of that committee, I was also involved in a survey in Princeton about mobility. And we found that very few Princeton residents get around by bus right now. But when queried, half of those respondents say that they would ride the bus if it were more convenient. So this means frequent service. This means that the bus takes them to the Dinky and Princeton Junction, and most of all, close to their house. So you can download the survey report from princetonnj.gov. New Jersey Transit's concept proposal for the Princeton Transitway meets these needs exactly. And so we're ready. Bring it on. I'm here to ask you to please fund this project so that it can go to the next stage where they will be doing an engineering study and a real design and all that stuff. And please don't let me wait until 2035, like for the Hudson Tunnel. It would be great to get the upgrade as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public comment is coming from Matthew Walsh. Matthew, your line is live and your time will begin now.
I thank the board for the opportunity to speak. Yes, first of all, I'd like to commend quite a few of the speakers, previous speakers. They did a great job. I want to begin by discussing New Jersey. New Jersey is at the 50-yard line, to use a football metaphor. New Jersey has enough insight to set aside 20% of its land area in the Pinelands and 10% of its land area in the Highlands against development. And this preserved watersheds, essential watersheds, woodlands, and arable farmlands from development. New Jersey now is the first built-out state in the nation, which means it virtually cannot keep on building out into the hinterlands. So anyone can observe, in the last 7 to 10 years, all the inner ring suburbs in New Jersey, Hackensack, North Newark, Bloomfield, the Oranges, in Southwest Jersey, Cinnaminson, Glassboro. People are moving in. Developers are moving in there. They're building mammoth apartment complexes. Why? Because the infrastructure is there. After decades of population loss and the manufacturing flight, the underlying infrastructure is there, and they're moving in there. People are moving in there incredible numbers. However, New Jersey and New Jersey Transit has not addressed this demographic, which actually is recorded in the census of 2020. People are moving back to inner ring suburbs. And actually, as an endorsement to my two previous speakers about Ampere, Ampere is a perfect example. inner-ring suburb, redeveloping, no public transit, train abandoned decades ago. Now, my main concern right tonight is the Montclair to Jersey City right-of-way, which was deeded out from Norfolk Southern to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. Governor Murphy says he made provisions for a transit line there.
1 minute remaining.
Apparently, during his State of the State, he forgot about that. This line is very crucial. It's a connecting link between Montclair, Newark, Hudson Bergen Light Rail Transit, and Secaucus Junction. Also, there are highly developed and redeveloping areas here in that area called North Newark, Kearney, Arlington. We're basically telling these people, well, you have to drive a car. It's too bad. I don't care if it's electric or internal combustion. You have to drive a car. These areas are already highly congested. So now Governor Murphy is basically saying, well, too bad. Well, we have a trail coming in. No, we should have a rail and a trail. A rail and a trail.
15 seconds remaining.
Between Montclair to Jersey City. We need both. We don't need one. We need environmentalism involves public transportation. A friend of public transportation is a friend of the environment. I thank you all, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And the next public comment is coming from Konstantin Kudyatsev. Konstantin, your line is live, and your time will begin now.
Good evening, board and members of the public. I would like to provide my comments on Ampere train station reopening. I constantly commute between Essex and Hudson counties, and I personally would greatly benefit from the reopening of Ampere train station on Montclair-Boonton line in East Orange. Ampere station, as it was mentioned before, is located at the intersection of three cities, Newark, Bloomfield, and East Orange. And I believe that these municipalities will greatly benefit from reopening of the station, and the impact would be even greater because there's more than one city involved, so there'll be a certain synergy to that. There's an approved bill available for infrastructure projects, specifically something called Intercity Passenger Rail Project. And again, New Jersey Transit and municipalities just have to tap into that by the means of grants and things like that. Also, I'd like to mention there's a petition going around change.org called the Ampere Train Station Revival Petition. And as of now, it, as it was mentioned again, has more than 200 signatures. And I'm sure it has more potential as it gains exposure. So right now, at this moment, I would like to urge New Jersey Transit to recognize that there's a high demand for this train station in the community and that it is perfect time to take action. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no further participants in the public comment queue at this time.
Thank you. Before we proceed, do any of the board members have comments on anything that they've heard this evening?
Board Member Nara.
Board Member Nara, is your microphone on?
Sorry, I apologize. I want to make this quick because I know everyone's been here for a long time, but first and foremost, I want to address something that Adam Reich raised and several other people raised about the customer advocate. And I had said at the operations and customer service meeting that I would give an update. So I have spent quite a lot of time speaking to staff as well as talking to some of the other board members regarding the customer advocate and really trying to figure out how we can retool this position, discussing the role, the duties and responsibilities of the customer advocate. I did a bunch of research about the legislation. And we've also been discussing the resources and support that would be required to allow this individual to successfully fulfill the role. However, we have, as been mentioned, we have a number of new board members, and it's also been mentioned that they have some very different and diverse backgrounds. And so I now need to take the time to talk to them about what their ideas about the customer advocate are, and also give them an update about where we are with the role and what we see is different from the way the role was envisioned before, the way the role was executed before. So I'm going to beg everyone's indulgence. I'm going to do this very quickly. I'm going to do my piece to reach out to the new board members and have some extensive discussions with them, and hopefully do that within, definitely within the next couple weeks. And I'm going to beg everyone's indulgence because I do have two jobs, and I'm going to do this because I am a commuter like some of our new board members, and I hear all of the comments by our writers about the issues, and I do take them to heart. So please have a little bit of patience with that, because once that's done, we're working together with the staff, with HR and everyone else. We're going to get the new job posting out. And so I'm telling everybody right now, we've set a outward date of a month and a half from now to finish all of that, to finish the consultations, to get the posting out, and to start working on our strategies for recruitment for the role. And the only other point I want to make is that following through with that process, board members are going to be involved. Since this person's going to be reporting directly to the board members are going to be involved in interviewing the final candidates group. And so I think it'll be myself and at least a couple of the other board members. And, as I said, we have several who are regular commuters, and I think that would be an excellent role for them to join, so we can get the right person to do the job in the right way. And I'm making my commitment that we're going to get this done soon, because I certainly feel like a customer advocate could be an incredible asset for not just all of the riders, but also for this board. So that's my report right now. Everyone can follow up on me with it, and know that you have my commitment to devote as much time as it's necessary to get someone in this role. And then very quickly, there are just a couple other comments that people had that I wanted to just address. So Mr. Califor, who was a Newark resident, I think I'm not sure whether he was the first person who addressed the Ampere station, but I seem to recall we had a briefing about future capital projects, and so I can't go into detail because I don't have the report here with me, but Ampere station was on there. So I hope we're going to have more news for people, but I did want to address the fact that that you bringing it up is not the first time the board members have heard it. And I also wanted to talk about Sarah Thompson. She's the woman who raised the issue about not being able to hear announcements at stations and the other issues related to what she feels are non-compliance with ADA. Yeah. Okay, so then I'm moving on. All right, we'll come back. Thank you. So there's also...
Board member Miller, can I just ask a favor?
Sure.
If any of the board members or staff are talking and not turning on your mic, regrettably, those of us on camera cannot hear you. So if there's an instruction being given, please put your mic on so that we all the full board understands what's happening.
Okay, my mic is on, so
My apologies, Commissioner. That was me. There is litigation involved with the one comment, so I asked Board Member Nara to refrain from commenting on that.
Not a problem. And there was also, Mr. Mondrati had talked about some gaps in weekend ridership on bus lanes, and there were a number of people who talked about the fact that the ridership's up, and we know it, and I see it on my rides, and a number of riders had talked about the fact that the buses are getting packed and full buses are driving by. So I would just ask if our bus operations could look at certain things, especially in certain bus lines that were mentioned. I think it was 88, 154, 159, and what's going on the weekends, because I hear that anecdotally from people I know as well. And there were, I just want you all to know, I don't want to go through my other notes because it's been a long night, but I take really extensive notes. And so I will translate the rest of the notes that I had, and I will send those to staff. And I know staff's listening. And you all may not see it, but we have staff members here who are here all night. And I know they're taking notes, but we'll follow up on some of your specific issues here. Because as I said, I'm aware that we don't have a customer advocate. And someone had mentioned that in the absence of the customer advocate, that the board members should take on that role. And you should all know, many of us do. I'm not the only one who takes notes. I'm not the only one who pays attention to specific issues and or complaints. And so we'll see if we can get you answers. That's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Do any other board members have any comments they wish to make? The only thing I would like to address tonight, Kevin, that I heard that was unfamiliar to me is the idea that a new RFP was released for Transit Grid. Was a new RFP released for Transit Grid?
No, Commissioner, there was not. I think there may be some confusion by some of the advocates that, the original target submittal date for the winnowing down to the two finalists was originally targeted for end of the year, and that was adjusted to April to allow more time for some detailed design work at the request of the bidders, and we also adjusted the financial incentive to really make sure that the submittals would be financeable when they do submit it, because a lot of these are going to involve financing elements. So the schedule for the submittals is now April 23rd, with this intended selection down to the two finalists by May of this year. But the RFP is the same one that we've had out before.
And has the overall schedule been extended a year?
Oh, no, the end schedule should be the same. It's just allowing more of the design work, so it's putting more work up front, so that's that they felt they needed to do. But that will benefit us on the back end as they get the that design work will have already been done, so they'll be able to expedite the sort of the second half, as it were, of the.
And there was no change in terms of our requirement or our request that you include the ability for a conversion to renewable energy, correct?
That's correct.
That's still part of the RFP?
Very much so, and in fact, that adjustment of the interim step schedule was in fact to allow them to maximize and make sure that the renewable elements that they put in, that they are maximized, that they are indeed practical and fundable for the financing for the package. So it should increase the chance of having meaningful renewable inclusion.
All right, so if there are no other board member comments, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break for board members to at least use the restroom and stretch their legs for a minute, and then we will come back and go through our action items. Megan, the screen on my side is dark. I don't know if we're ready to begin.
Diane, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, the board is not back yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We will resume the meeting, and at this time, I would ask Suzanne Mack to present the advisory committee report.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can, Suzanne. Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good evening. I wanted to welcome the new members and express both the North and South Jersey Passenger Advisory Committees that we are looking forward to working with them as they come on board. And as you know, we are trying to expand our future committees so that we hope that we'll be working with even more advocates in the future. I had about 14 things on my list, but I'm going to try to keep it short because of the length of the public speaking this evening. And as you know, the North and South Jersey Committee met virtually on December 9th, and we are going to meet again with President Corbett on February 24th. At our last meeting, President Corbett presented a system-wide update to the committee, just as he did tonight, but he also offered an extensive legislative update. I bring that to your attention because as part of the legislative update, the legislature is doing a number of things on accessibility for our senior citizens and our autism and our other disabled commuters around the state. And I bring that up because the agency has also focused. They had an accessibility forum on December 15th to communicate to the public about efforts to expand inclusion and access to the public for customers with disability. I wanted to just point that out because I know that there were a number of speakers who spoke about not only Access Link but expanded roles for people to have input to the agency. And I am going to follow this up with my counterparts tomorrow in South Jersey, and we will try to answer some of the issues that were brought up about Access Link and ScatterTAC. ScatterTAC has been a vital part of the advocacy community for the senior and disabled community within New Jersey Transit for a number of years, and we'd like to help. We'd like to go through those issues and see how that can be expanded or what changes are being introduced so that we can help with that issue. Another issue that was brought up several times was the HBLRT in Hudson County. And I think Kevin mentioned on January 11th, New Jersey Transit hosted an industry forum on the upcoming procurement of the operation and maintenance of the HBLR system. Also, New Jersey Transit was awarded almost $600,000 by Federal Transit Administration to study equitable transit-oriented development along the proposed 9-mile extension of the HBLR into Bergen County. This would be a comprehensive plan that will build on efforts to establish neighborhoods and employment centers along the corridor. And for us in Hudson County, would be really looking forward to actually seeing the transit system being expanded into Bergen County. So that was very, very important thing that happened. I just wanted to bring out a couple of things on New Jersey Transit's commitment to our employees. New Jersey Transit is going to host its first virtual job fair on February 15th of this year. It's called the Big Career Event. It'll showcase job opportunities across a wide range of trades, professions, and crafts. And as we know, the best way to get the transit system back on track, bad pun, but is to make sure that we have a full complement of employees. And that's been very difficult, as I know you've reported out since COVID. So I think everybody is very excited about making this push to try to come up to full complement. Also, on things that happen within the system that we noted, also last month, you approved a start of a process to enact new regulations designed to strengthen protections for transit workers. We know that there have been, unfortunately, a number of incidents where passengers have attacked, or there have been confrontations with transit staff on the trains. And I believe it was a recommendation from within the agency and the police department that new regulations would be looked at that would be able to have a zero-tolerant policy for people assaulting our transit employees while they're still protecting their rights to appeal. So I think that is a good thing, and I think the committees are looking forward to see how that's implemented. On a more mundane, but for those who have children in college, the New Jersey Transit is expanding its student discount program to also allow for a student pass program for part-time college students, which I think will help our young students get on the train and develop a desire to stay with us forever. I also wanted to say on community input, Transit has had, and for our listeners in South Jersey, on January 30th, New Jersey Transit hosted 2 public information centers on the Walter Rand Transportation Center improvement project. In addition to the virtual session, the reason I'm bringing it up is that the virtual session was held. There was also an in-house session in Camden to seek public comment on the project. I'm going to conclude my report there because you still have to do your agenda, and I just want to say that we welcome public input. I took copious notes also, and I will be bringing all this back to my committees tomorrow, and hope that we will be able to then discuss these issues more with staff and also with the board in the future. And thank you very much for allowing us to speak this evening.
Thank you, Suzanne. We appreciate it. At this time, I would ask Board Member Giblin to present the Operations and Customer Service Committee report.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The Operations and Customer Service Committee received an update on trends, analysis, and actions for rail, bus, light rail, and access link. The committee also received an update on the cost of service. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Board Member Giblin. Board Member Maroka, would you please present the Administration Committee report?
The Administration Committee received a financial update, which included a summary of operating results compared to previous year's comparable period and fiscal year 23 budget, 12-month farebox revenue compared to pre-COVID, major balance sheet items, and federal COVID-19 relief grant drawdown summary. Additional information was provided as part of the agenda materials, including the cost of service key performance indicators, 12-month farebox recovery, history of vacancies, attrition and hires, ridership and revenue, and a monthly budget to actual comparison for December 2022. The committee also received updates from the Human Resources and Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Board Member Morocco, and I will turn back to Board Member Giblin to present the Capital Planning, Policy, and Privatization Committee report.
The Capital Planning, Policy, and Prioritization Committee discussed the following board items: Newark Penn Station HVAC upgrades, replacement of chillers and cooling towers construction contract, and New Jersey Transit Resilience Program, Raritan River Bridge Replacement Project, amendment to design consultant contract, and amendment of the Master Development Agreement between New Jersey Transit and ELCOR for a transit-oriented development project at Hoboken Terminal, Hoboken Connect. That concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Giblin. At this time, I will ask President and CEO Corbett to present the action items.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to kick off by introducing Rich Schaefer, Acting Senior Vice President, Capital Programs, to present Board Item 2302-01 regarding Newark Penn Station. Rich?
Thank you, President Corbett. We are presenting for approval item 2302-01, Newark Penn Station HVAC upgrades, replacement of chillers and cooling towers construction contract. Authorization is requested to enter into a contract with John O'Hara Company, Incorporated of East Orange, New Jersey, to provide construction services for the replacement of chillers and cooling towers construction contract at Newark Penn Station in the amount of $4,620,752.32 plus 5% for contingencies subject to the availability of funds. We ask for your approval of item 2302-01.
May I have a motion?
Motion, Board Member Nara.
May I have a second?
Second, Gordon.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Megan, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Keenan? Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried. We have a recusal on the next item. Board Member Medina will leave the meetings. Okay.
Great, thank you. I'd now ask Rich to continue on with item 2302-02 regarding Raritan River Bridge. Rich?
Thank you, President Corbett. We are presenting for approval item 2302-02, New Jersey Transit Resilience Program, Raritan River Bridge Replacement Project, amendment to design consultant contract. Authorization is requested to amend the contract with Hardesty and Hanover, Gannett Fleming Joint Venture of Newark, New Jersey, to rescope the work associated with GC.02 and GC.03 for the Raritan River Bridge Replacement Project for an additional up to amount of
Susquehanna Financial Group Conference Center. Please hold, and an operator will be with you momentarily.
Welcome to the Compunetics audio conferencing system.
Sorry, please proceed.
Rescope the work associated with GC.02 and GC.03 for the Raritan River Bridge Replacement Project for an additional up to amount of $1.3 million flat, subject to the availability of funds. We ask for your approval for item 2302-02. Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve Board Item 2302-02?
Motion, Morocco.
Second.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Candace.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Megan, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Caniff?
Yes.
Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried. Board Member Weiss is recused from the next item and will leave the meetings. We will have Board Member Medina return to the meetings.
Thanks. I'd now like to introduce Justin Davis, Senior Vice President, Regulatory and Government Affairs, and Chief of Staff, to present Board Item 2302-03 regarding our headquarters lease agreement. Justin?
Thank you, President Corbett. We're presenting for approval item number 2302-03, New Jersey Transit Corporation Headquarters Lease Agreement. As discussed in executive session, authorization is requested to take all actions necessary to negotiate and enter into a lease for the letting of an estimated 400,000 square feet of office space located at 2 Gateway Center, Newark, New Jersey, for a term not to exceed 25 years, to be used as New Jersey Transit's future headquarters substantially in accordance with the terms outlined in executive session. Authorization is also requested to negotiate and enter into any contracts and agreements as may be necessary to effectuate such a lease. We ask for your approval of item number 2302-03.
May I have a motion to approve item 2302-03?
Motion, Nara.
May I have a second?
Second, Morocco.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Megan, please call roll.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Kena?
Yes.
Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried. We will have Board Member Weiss return to the meeting.
All right, thanks. I'd now like to introduce Mike Kilcoyne, Senior Vice President, Surface Transit and General Manager, Bus Operations, to present Board Item 2302-04 regarding the Ferry Capital Improvement Program. Mike?
Thank you, President Corbett. We are presenting for approval item 2302-04, Regulations, Proposed Readoption of New Jersey Administrative Code 1689, Ferry Capital Improvement Program Guidelines and Procedures. Authorization is requested to take all actions necessary to adopt NJAC 1689, consistent with this board item and corresponding exhibits, put the regulation in the appropriate format, and take all other actions necessary to effectuate the final adoption and promulgation of New Jersey Transit's Ferry Capital Improvement Program. We ask for your approval of item 2302-04.
May I have a motion to approve item 2302-04?
Motion, Morocco.
May I have a second?
Second, Nara.
Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, Megan, please take roll call.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Kena? Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great, thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Bill Vaquera, Senior Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer, to present Board Item 2302-05 regarding amendment of lease agreement between NJ Transit and Elcor. Bill?
Thank you. We are presenting for approval item 2302-05, amendment of the Master Development Agreement between New Jersey Transit and Elcor for a transit-oriented development project at Hoboken Terminal, Hoboken Connect. Authorization is requested to take all necessary actions to amend the MDA between New Jersey Transit and Elcor and negotiate, execute, and implement supporting project agreements in order to advance due diligence, design, and preliminary construction activities in an amount not to exceed $390,144 plus 5% for contingencies subject to availability of funds, and address other MDA issues related to overall project delivery. We ask for approval of item 2302-05.
May I have a motion to approve item 23-02-05?
So moved, Gordon.
Second, Kenneth.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Megan, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote, Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Caniff? Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great, thank you. I'd ask Bill to continue on with item 2302-06 regarding brokerage services for our insurance program. Bill?
Thank you. We are presenting for approval item 2302-06, broker services for corporate insurance and risk management insurance program. Authorization is requested to enter into a contract with Marsh USA, Inc. of Morristown, New Jersey, to act as New Jersey Transit's risk management insurance broker of record for 3 years with an option to retain their services for 2 additional years with compensation capped at $1,149,663.43 per contract year plus 5% for contingencies, subject to the availability of funds and adoption of future New Jersey Transit operating budgets. We ask for approval of item 2302-06.
May I have a motion to approve item 2302-06?
Motion, Nara.
May I have a second?
Second, Gordon.
Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, Megan, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote, Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Caniff? Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great, thanks. I'd now ask Bill to continue with 2302-07 regarding maintenance way facility.
Thank you. We are presenting for approval item 2302-07, property acquisition of 82 Circle Avenue, Clifton, New Jersey, for the relocation of the maintenance of way facility. Authorization is requested to, 1, execute and deliver any agreement for the purpose of funding the property acquisition cost. 2, acquire the property for an amount not to exceed that amount which was discussed in executive session, subject to availability of funds, and negotiate and enter into or execute all documents, instruments, and papers, and perform any all acts or things, including by assignment of or hiring of staff and resources to proceed with the property acquisition. 3rd, exercise the power of eminent domain in accordance with the Eminent Domain Act, and file complaints and condemnation, file and record declarations of taking, and execute deeds in lieu of condemnation. 4th, carry out the relocation of the affected property, if any, in accordance with the Federal Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Policies and Uniform Transportation Housing Replacement and Relocation Act. We ask for approval of item 2302-07.
May I have a motion to approve item number 2302-07?
Motion. Morocco.
May I have a second?
Second, Nara.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Megan, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote, Board Member Carson?
Abstain.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Caniff?
Yes.
Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great, thanks. I'd now ask Bill to carry on with item 2302-08 regarding grade crossing lease.
Thank you. We're presenting for approval item 2302-08, grade crossing lease agreement in the Borough of Alpha, New Jersey. Authorization is requested to enter into a grade crossing lease agreement with Chaffee Acquisitions, LLC, and its partners of Newark, New Jersey, for the use of approximately 12,500 square feet of New Jersey Transit's Raritan Valley inactive railroad right-of-way property in the Borough of Alpha, Warren County, New Jersey, on terms discussed in executive session. We ask for approval of item 2302-08.
May I have a motion to approve board item 2302-08?
Motion, Nara.
Second, Kenneth.
Yes. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Megan, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote, Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Morocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Caniff?
Yes.
Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great, thank you. And now to ask Bill to conclude the last action item for tonight, item 2302-09, regarding the Washington Secondary.
Thank you. We are presenting for approval item 2302-09, purchase of a portion of the Washington Secondary right-of-way from Netcong to Hackettstown pursuant to purchase option and lease agreement. Authorization is requested to take any and all actions necessary to exercise the purchase option under the lease and complete the acquisition of the subject property in accordance with the terms discussed in executive session. We ask for approval item 2302-09.
May I have a motion to approve board item 2302-09?
Motion Nara?
May I have a second?
Second, Gordon.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Megan, please take roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Marocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Kena? Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Before we adjourn to executive session, I want to let the public know that we will return to adjourn the meeting, but no further business will be conducted. May I have a motion to enter into executive session to discuss personnel matters, contract negotiations, and the status of pending and anticipated litigation and matters falling within the attorney-client privilege, including but not limited to the personal injury claim of Kevin Powers. May I have a motion to enter into executive session?
Motion Nara?
May I have a second?
Second, Cannon.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Megan, please take roll.
Roll call vote. Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Yes.
Board Member Marocco?
Yes.
Board Member Medina?
Yes.
Board Member Nara?
Yes.
Board Member Weiss?
Yes.
Board Member Kena?
Yes.
Board Member Giblin?
Yes.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti.
Yes.
Motion carried.
If you Walmart, you know, everyday low prices, you're gonna go. You would do.
Oh, there she is. Okay, we're ready.
I hereby reconvene the open session of board meetings. Megan, please take roll.
Board Member Carson?
Yes.
Board Member Doshi?
Yes.
Board Member Gordon?
Here.
Board Member Morocco?
Here.
Board Member Medina?
Here.
Board Member Nara?
Here.
Board Member Weiss?
Here.
Board Member Keenan?
Here.
Board Member Giblin?
Here.
Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Here.
For the record, Board Member Brown and Thomas are absent.
Since there is no further business, may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion, Nara.
May I have a second? Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, meeting is adjourned. Safe travels home, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for Diane.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.